do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. more to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're
Weasel Force, assemble! Oh my god, Waluigi, I'm gonna have to move you for a second. I'm gonna have to move you for just a second. Hi, Weasels, how are you doing? As you can see, this is kind of a special stream because I actually brought, oh my god, am I missing something? As always, I brought the trampoline back. Okay, and then I want to adjust this to be at the proper height. No, okay. Come on. There we go. I think this will still work for Waluigi. We are getting there, chat, on the crowdsourcing of the professional grade microphone for Waluigi to sit on. He's gonna have to get more professional too. I don't know. I feel like he needs to update his look once we get that microphone. But yeah, we're like 60-70% of the way there. Thank you to everybody who's contributed to my throne. We will get there. It's like way too expensive, especially considering that it's like it's an expensive mic, and then on top of that they're like, you gotta get a cloud lifter for it. It's a princess mic. The mic wants clean gain. It demands clean gain. But we will get there, chat. We will get there. How is everyone doing? It is Tuesday. No, it is Wednesday. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god, chat, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. It is Wednesday, April 8th, 2024. And I am almost out of coffee. What the fuck? Already shit's going off the rails. I love how I get to like pump coffee out of this French press. Otherwise you just don't get all your coffee. There we go. There's the void coffee. Yeah, I might have to go out for more tea later. So yeah, if you were up with super late last night, you might have seen me finish some unfinished business in Fallout New Vegas with the proprietor of a certain motel who had been selling people to Legion, which is not good. But anyway, that's why this thumbnail is up here. I've been working my way through New Vegas. Wait, what are we missing? We're missing something. Oh my god. We're missing chat. Chat is kind of important, right? Especially at the very beginning of the stream. So I'm gonna do something. I rewatched the VOD from last night, right? Where I was, and it's kind of good that I did do some kind of like low stakes content, some game playing content, because now I know that there is potentially an issue with something. There's potentially an issue with lag. So I guess what I want to ask first is, am I lagging for anybody now? We've just got the regular stream up, no shorts. I think it's the short software that's acting weird. Here we go. No lags. No lag. we're good. We're good on lag, or we're bad on lag. I mean, but bad is good and good is bad. That's how we're doing it. So there's no lag. The lag has been defeated, or the lag is not present yet. Click here to retry. There we go. It's crispy. Crispy is good. Twitch is quite good. Normally quite good for that. You know what? Last night, yeah, that's where I got the VOD from. Or the VOD from. That's where I got the video that you're seeing on my gaming channel, right? I actually downloaded it from Twitch, and that was the one with lag. People were telling me on stream I had lag. I was like, I doubt it. I doubt it. But they were right. The Weasel Gang did not lead me wrong in this one. So yeah, we're talking about FD Signifier and a streamer named Kamal. Kamal. Camel? I don't know actually how you pronounce his name. But he has been chirping an awful lot about FD Signifier to the point where FD actually felt it necessary to confront him on his stream. He actually came. This is the second time we've seen FD confront somebody, so one of his detractors on a Twitch stream. The first one being Shark300. And I mean, this was this was an interesting conversation, so I thought it'd be good to go over. Also, yeah, Israel has gone into Rafah. A tank has run over the I Love Gaza sign. Apparently, they're just Joe Biden has, I think, delayed a bomb shipment, which, you know, is way too little and way too late. But it is a sign of how far off the rails Netanyahu and Israel have gotten. That even Genocide Joe is is not on board. Does not want to sign off on what is going on right now. So, I'm a weasel, says Geek Primax. Oh shit, we got to get the You can't see what Geek Primax is saying because. There we go. I'm a weasel. Weasel Force assemble. We got some meows in chat. I think nocommentchick is still groggy. I mean, not entirely, just like trying to get ready. Did we lose somebody with just because of the intro song? It's the song that never ends until it does. It's on repeat. What do you want me to do, Kelsey Soloway? If you're listening, you owe me some copyright-free music to use in its place. And it's got to be it's got to be even better. If you're going to talk shit, it's got to be even better. But literally it does seem like Kelsey may have navigated away from the stream right as it was starting. So if that's you. Wait, Liddy Teddy? Wait, what does Liddy Teddy mean? I mean, the rest of chat is vibing. Yeah. Proudly woke boomer here. Congratulations, Rextrack. Let's hope that is not an endangered species. Oh my god. Let me just produce something? Wait, you could be teasing, but it's cute either way. I'm alive. Yeah, I'm alive. Wait, did I miss something that just happened? Oh my god. I think somebody just donated to the, I'm guessing to the microphone fund. That is a thrown sound. Did anybody see it? I was like navigated away from it at the time. The boomer has awoken? What? The boomer has awoken. I mean, look, if yeah, I will definitely, if anybody submits a if anybody submits fan music, I'll definitely give it consideration. YouTube often lags. Twitch is normally pretty good for it. Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. That is really strange. Oh wait, you know, part of it. Here we go. So I wanted to start off with a little bit of news, a little bit of what's going on, and a little bit of an update on Israel Palestine. After that, we are going to watch the confrontation, or at least some of the confrontation. This is a really long conversation, right? It feels like the world is coming around to my way of thinking as far as long form content goes. If you notice, right, the difference between myself and other streamers is that if you watch, let's say the Surfs Times, right? Good stream. A lot of you, I think, enjoy the Surfs, and but if you'll notice, they're covering a lot more subjects, right? With a lot, maybe not as deep of a dive, right? Mine is the opposite. I generally I will mainly cover one subject. I will do a pretty deep dive. Obviously, there's a lot else going on in the world, so I'm not gonna, exclusively cover like FD Signifier versus Kamal, but yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the difference in focus. And it probably has something to do with my weapons grade nuclear attention deficit, which I think some of you could probably relate to, right? Going by my demographics, no, the demographics don't tell me if you have ADHD. They should, though. They should tell me all about your, and they should also tell me like what, ADHD medications you might be on, so that I can try them out, because like seriously, it's bad for me. That's like my biggest stumbling block is but I guess it's a superpower too, because like that's where the hyper focus comes from. I don't know. I just have like certain ways about me, chat. I just have certain ways about me, and it's like kind of like if I'm gonna cover FD Signifier, which we haven't talked about FD Signifier in probably like 6 months. It's been a while. It's been a while. And so if I'm going to cover FD Signifier, I kind of like to get everything related to FD Signifier that is interesting at the moment covered. Speaking of which, chat, would anybody be into going over? I know FD does a good breakdown of the whole situation between Drake and Kendrick, like, which I know starts with Kendrick and J. Cole, and I mean everybody's been jumping into the diss track game, including Macklemore. Macklemore actually mentioned Drake in his recent song that he released, but I don't know. I know that I've heard that FD's got good coverage of this, and I sort of need to catch up. If we when we call him Dark Brandon, we didn't mean funding genocide. Oh my God, Kelsey, that's relatable. Adderall, as a way of dealing with ADHD. Adderall is great. Adderall XR feels like I'm on. Wait. Oh, maybe that's my problem. Maybe that's my problem, because like I thought the XR was helping me, right? So my issue, right, is that like I have a incredibly low tolerance, incredibly low tolerance, when it comes to things like Adderall, right? So getting on the Adderall in the first place is like, it's kind of a nightmare. It's kind of a nightmare, right? And I couldn't do it. I couldn't what was happening is I was taking it, and instead of it helping me be more productive and get more stuff done, it sort of helped me catastrophize and sit for hours in analysis paralysis. And I know that like eventually your body gets used to it, and maybe it starts helping you, but I just couldn't get over that hump. I just couldn't get there. You've been following it and you don't care? Yeah, well, Neutroy, sorry. I keep I keep wanting to pronounce your name like in a French way. Um, Yeah, we do cover some news here. For sure, for sure. We cover some drama, we cover commentary stuff, we cover what's going on in the space, but I also like to keep you apprised a little bit of what's going on in the news, especially you know, this is this is bad. Like what's going on is uh is actually destabilizing to the entire world. And it's not the only destabilizing factor. There's a lot of shit going on that is not great right now. There's a lot of scary shit out there. And I don't mean to scare you. And I don't like I know that like, sometimes you get enough doom and gloom and doom scrolling, and I'm not trying to doom max you or anything like that. I'm your doom slayer, okay? Basically, Drake and Cole did songs together where Cole talked about the big three. Yeah, 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 the big three, and then Kendrick was like, no, it's just Big Me, like right. And then Drake gave some kind of a like compliment to Kendrick at some point, and Kendrick was like kind of like dismissive of that. Drake says, "Nah, fuck you, it's just me." That's right. Cole dropped a whack diss track and then apologized. Yeah, Cole got the fuck out. I know about this part, right? Yeah, yeah, and then it got really not personal. It got real, I guess. When Kendrick was talking about some of the allegations, which I don't really know much about this. Drake said that Kendrick is a wife beater. Get analysis paralysis. You hear me? Thank you. Thank you. Somebody else understands. If you can get a really small, that's what I wanted, but they kept on trying to give me like a high dosage. They like, I think they took the fact that it wasn't like, because they give you that, they prescribe you the medication, and then like, how did it work? Are you productive now? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, that's, you need more Adderall. But yeah, what the fuck is the XR? Maybe the XR is what's fucking me up. I take a morning dose, then I have another dose in the afternoon if I feel like it. Well, anyway, we're mainly talking about the FD signifier and Kamal thing today. If people want me to, though, like right, if in other words, if we can hit like a stream goal of like 10 subs, 10 um 10 memberships, or somehow like a combination of the two, or the equivalent of, right? I'll give you an equivalent exchange, just like I was Rokaka fruit, Chad. If somebody in chat, like the JoJo fans have got to be just like creaming whenever I mention a JoJo metaphor. But yeah, we'll try to. I'll catch up on I'll react to FD's coverage of the Drake versus Kendrick stuff. Russia is flying around with tactical nukes now after telling Britain and Europe, Putin said he will obliterate them if they send forces. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is that Britain and France, I believe, have been teasing the idea of actually sending troops, right? Previously, United States, other, members of NATO, a lot of people have sent um, have sent weaponry to Ukraine, have sent munitions to Ukraine, have maybe even done some training for Ukraine. And look, Putin, even back then was talking about like, tactical nukes and stuff like that, right? Making threats. But yeah, now that UK and France are talking about putting boots on the ground, it's getting kind of scary. Russia's tactical nuke drills are meant to scare us, but I gotta say it's working. Nobody likes nukes unless it's in Fallout. You want to try Vivance? Yeah. So XR is the capsule where some of it. Yeah, yeah. It's like a time release, right? Little grains are covered in stuff that doesn't dissolve in your stomach until later, right? So it's yeah, and I don't know. Maybe that's what's fucking me up. Oh yeah, Al Jazeera has been doing some good work. Also, Al Jazeera's office in Israel got forcibly shut down. And yeah, I have been seeing some Democracy Now! Is good stuff. Wikipedia, seriously, hey, just don't become Mr. Wikipeddy, okay? That's his deal. Is that, like, he only learns enough like Steven, we're talking about Destiny here, right? Steven has this thing where he just wants to win debates, right? That's his whole investment. So his research into any subject matter is just very surface level. And it's not just like, I don't know, Wikipedia is like a shorthand for what he does. It doesn't necessarily matter if it's Wikipedia. If you're doing like inductive logic, starting off from like, here's what I believe, here's the side that I'm on, let me find the evidence, let me find the talking points that will let me make that argument, and maybe convince myself that I'm right, convince other people that I'm right, win debates, right? That's when you end up just with the ridiculous shit of a dilettante. And I don't say that in a dismissive way. I'm saying that in a sense that compared to the people in the Lex Friedman debate, Destiny is just like, he's amateur. It's amateur hour, right? And that's part of why Norm just blew up at him with ad homs. Like, a lot of people are like, that's really not cool. If your side is correct, you don't need to ad hom the person. Well, Norm is just a little frustrated with the fact that somebody like Destiny is being put on a stage with him. And it's literally just because of his audience size. It's literally just because of his audience size. Yeah, Amy Goodman for president. I bet she's like, isn't she like, she's younger than any of the candidates, so maybe she's too young. We have the system now where you got to be like 76 to be run for president. What's up with that? What's up with that? The only reason Destiny is pro-Israel is because leftists are pro-Palestine? I don't know. Somewhere I feel like, look, let me just put it this way, okay? I'm going to tell you something really embarrassing about myself, right? I used to really like Coke. And no, I'm not talking about the other kind. I'm talking about the fizzy drink, right? The basis for Nuka-Cola, Coca-Cola, right? I used to really like Coke. Or at least I thought I did. Like, if I ever went to a restaurant and there was like colas, Pepsi or Coke, I would be Coke, right? And I didn't really know why. I didn't really know why at all. And then one time, like, there was a place that didn't have Coke, they only had Pepsi, and I tried Pepsi, and I was like, okay, like, this is better. This is good. This is like, I mean, Coke, the Coke is like, it's good for what it's good for, but it's not. Anyway, I thought that I liked one product because of advertising, right? Sometimes these ideas, these symbols, these flags kind of like place themselves in your brain just because of like what you've absorbed, and because of the like marketing, right? Of like, I mean, look, when Apple says think different, what are they trying to say? Or like, this is the old Apple slogan, think different, right? They were trying to say that if you are a creative, if you are not like the other girls, then you should probably get yourself an iPhone. You should probably get yourself like and like get Apple products are the way to go. And like, there was some truth to it for a while. There was a while where, like, for instance, audio software like Pro Tools ran much better on Apple products, but it's not like that anymore. It's not like that at all, right? And what they essentially were able to do was build this prestige for their product, and then kind of take the floor out on the quality, right? Like there was a time where Apple products were probably just like, and like, there's some stuff that like I still sort of prefer, like, my old iPhone from, I don't know how old my iPhone is. It's like really old, but like, I don't use an iPhone anymore. I use iOS. And but anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, like, you can get these ideas stuck in your head, like Israel good, really easily. And then, you know, sometimes it can be easier, like it seems like easier than examining, like, why do I think this? Where does that come from? Is to say, like, well, no, like, I know that they're better. Let me just find out why they're better, right? Let's do some research. And you can find a lot of stuff because, yeah, there's a lot of Israel fans out there, especially in the United States. There is a whole contingent of evangelical Christians that love Israel and that always are on the Israeli side of, like, whatever issue comes up. And it's essentially, it's not because they're like any fans of Israel, or they like care about the Jewish people, or anything like that. It is literally because their prophecy, their end time prophecy, their book of Revelation shit says that that Jesus will only come when Jewish people are back in Israel. And then
Thomas J. super chatted $5.84. Destiny is pro-Israel because he thinks like a store manager tyrant property owner, i.e. colonizer. Out of my store, Palestinians.
kind of, yeah. I mean, like, there might be something to that. But yeah, no, he's got it stuck in his brain, and he's inductively thinking, like, right, it wasn't really research. Research would be like, you know, looking at it with somewhat like eyes unclouded, right? And Destiny definitely did not want to get the clouds out of his eyes. And, you know, that's where he comes to the conclusions that he comes to. But thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome. Okay, it's gonna make me read your... Okay, I have to read this one. Oh, you're talking about Tel Aviv, and yeah, like, because one of the things that Israel will try to use as a reason why you should support them and not care about Palestinians is that the idea that gay rights are a priority in Israel. What's weird about Israel is that you can't get gay married in Israel, right? It's just not a thing. They don't allow it. Oh yeah, thank you. Kelsey says there are clips of Destiny in 2016 being pro-Palestine before he got lib-brained. That is okay, interesting. So this kind of does support the thesis that maybe people say that Destiny's a contrarian. People say that Destiny's like reactive, that a lot of his points of view, his perspectives, you know, have to do with opposing certain people rather than you know, coming from like a place of deep belief. But I just assumed that Destiny, like a lot of people, you know, especially if you're raised you know, like you know, Christian, like, Israel takes on this weird symbolic meaning, and supporting and it just boils down to, like, I don't know, like children of light versus children of darkness shit, which anytime that is your fucking rationale, you know that you've been brainwormed. Speaking of brainworms, I have just see, somebody just posted this in my Discord. I don't know if this will open up. Let's give it a try. No. Okay, well. Oh well. Oh fucking well. There's an article that I can't read from the New York Times. Okay. Let's see if we can source it somewhere else. It's about RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Let's see. He is kind of a strange one, RFK, right? Because he's got a lot of the viewpoints of the so-called dissident right. But then he's got like as and he's got, like, including some anti-Semitism. I don't know if people remember this, but Robert F. Kennedy Jr. hypothesized that maybe COVID was designed with the intention to afflict certain, like, racial groups and not others. And the group that he said he was hypothesizing were spared from COVID was Ashkenazi Jews. So I mean, like, it's kind of a weird anti-Semitic anti-Semitic, like space lasers type take that he's issuing there. Oh my God. Okay. Wait, will CNN let me read this? Oh my God. What is this? But yeah, in addition to that, in addition to those perspectives, RFK Jr. also huge supporter of Israel. And that's the thing, is being ride or die for a country regardless of its war crimes is fucked up, whether that country is the United States, whether that country is Israel or any other country, right? When you are team Israel, when you are team US, you are bound to be endorsing some fucked up shit. It's not about the flag. The flag is not magical, okay?
It is a story you cannot make up. The New York Times is reporting that independent presidential candidate RFK Jr. said in a deposition in 2012 that a doctor told him a worm got into his brain, ate a portion of it, and then died. CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, joins me now. Dr. Gupta, Sanjay, great to see you as always. We thought you'd be perfect for this. You are a neurosurgeon. And I have to, the question I had instantly when I saw this is, well, besides the question, do I have one? But how common might this be? Does this happen?
Yeah.
So we talk about brain worms, and when I was talking about somebody having just like a knee-jerk reaction to stories on Israel, where they just like automatically support Israel, that is a type of brain worm. When you think of, Israel as the children of darkness, or the children of light, and Palestinians as the children of darkness, and you just like endorse like everything that Israel does based on that, that could properly be called a brain worm, right? That is something in your mind that is interfering with cognitive processes and analysis that should go on before you say you endorse something, before you say that you hate something, right? The brain worm is getting in there, and it's, kind of having its way with your cerebral cortex.
This does happen. I mean, obviously, we're just hearing about it from RFK himself, but I can tell you, as a neurosurgeon, it's a rare condition, but it's typically something that is caused by eating undercooked pork. And again, we don't know this for sure, but just based on the description that we're hearing, sounds very much like this, where you eat undercooked pork and the larvae.
So what is this, trichinosis? Is that
get into your bloodstream and then basically can spread throughout the body in the bloodstream. They can go to all sorts of different organs, including the brain, Jim. So again, it's unusual. But let me show you.
All right. The thing is that RFK Jr. says some really strange stuff. So the fact that he would bring up this portion of his medical history is a little weird. Now, what does a brain worm do? What are the consequences? Yeah, because you can have parasites. They can get into the brain. So what he said is like possible, but it does sound a little bit wacky. And
here, this is what it might look like in someone's brain. When you do an MRI scan, you might see these areas, and you can see them in
lesions,
there, Jim, where they basically look like little cysts, essentially, in the brain. And that is the pork worm larvae that gets in there. Sometimes it just is sort of sitting there, doesn't cause any kind of problems. Sometimes it can cause other symptoms like headaches or even seizures. And again, we don't know specifically what happened with him or if this is actually it, but this does happen.
So just for clarity, right? When we say somebody has a brain worm, or say somebody's brain wormed, right? TTTT, if you're not familiar with this is something that ContraPoints covered. It is a channel on 4chan, and it's actually called LGBT, but because of the sort of dominant demographic of trans women on that particular channel, the joke is that it's TTTT, because it's a kind of place where much like incel culture, where they will reinforce incels will reinforce, and we're going to cover some incel culture tomorrow, right? We're going to be dealing with Think Before You Sleep, who has a lot of those kind of followers, right? But there is so we talk about like 4chan brainworms, right? With trans people, as like if a trans person has a lot of anti-trans ideas sort of incepted into them, right? And hangs out on 4chan. Well, I mean, like that sounds like brainworms to me, but it's a figure of speech. It's not about worms. It's not realistic. I mean, this is literally brainworms that we're talking about here. So not exactly the same thing.
1,000 times a year, and sometimes they even require surgery, Jim.
I was going to say, and you've actually operated on these kinds of worms. What's that like?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'll show you if I can on this brain model, if you can see this. But basically, imagine that image that I just showed you, and you could have these tiny little spots typically on top of the brain or closer to the surface of the brain. And you basically go in and, similar to a tumor in a way, you would go in and basically just remove that cyst. Now, that is not typically necessary or often necessary. Sometimes it doesn't require any treatment at all.
So you may have heard of the term gray matter before, and there's another term called white matter. When we're talking about gray matter, we're talking about the cortex of the brain. And the reason that it's different than sort of the cortex, meaning like, bark, like the outside, the outer layer, right? And that's where we expect to find cell bodies, right? You've also got these very long projections of the cell called axons, right? Which make up the majority of the white matter. So the reason that the damage is on the cortex is essentially because that's where the cell bodies are.
Sometimes it requires medications, anti-parasitic medications, and in some cases it might require surgery. I will say this, that because of the location of these types of cysts, they're not usually associated with memory loss, because I think that's what took RFK to the doctors in the first place, memory loss and generalized brain fogginess. Typically it's more associated with, if any symptoms, headaches and seizures and things like that.
Well, yeah, that was one thing I was wondering.
The brain does a good job of rerouting signals. When a portion of the brain is damaged by whatever, oftentimes the brain will find a way to reroute its signal. So sometimes, some pretty serious damage to the brain can end up with like minimal consequences in terms of symptomology.
And that is, might this affect somebody's cognitive function, the way their brain functions?
Not typically, Jim. I think there was a couple of things in the article. They said that could this be causing the brain fogginess? Not typically. You might find it because someone is getting scanned for these symptoms and then they see this. So that would be considered more of an incidental finding. And if it's calcified, not causing any inflammation, really you don't necessarily need to do anything about it. Another thing that was mentioned in the article was mercury poisoning that he talked about, saying that he had 10 times the level. That could be more associated with brain fog or memory loss. But even then, it's a whole host of symptoms that might be associated with it.
All right, we knew you were the perfect expert to go to on this, Sanjay. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. And we do want to note, RFK Jr. told the Times he had recovered from the memory loss and fogginess, had no after effects from the parasite, he says, and he said that did not require treatment. The Times asked last week if any of Kennedy's health issues could compromise his fitness for the presidency, and a spokesperson responded, quote, "That is a hilarious suggestion given the competition." That is a quote from the spokesperson. And CNN has reached out to his campaign, have not heard back.
Okay, so here's the deal. RFK Jr., he is a wacky guy. He is very much into, something that's largely referred to as natural health. Now, look, I'm going to try to give you a little bit of nuance here, right? Are there factors in your diet and lifestyle that contribute to your overall health? Yes. Are there elements of that which your primary care physician might not have, the level of training that you'd wish that they would? Yeah. Doctors get a lot of stuff crammed into their head during med school. Sometimes stuff like that's, sort of a softer, like a less, it's less about science and it's more about like understanding. It's more on the human side of the spectrum of learning, right? Can that stuff get underemphasized? Absolutely, right? So I'm not going to, be somebody that just says natural health bad, because when people talk about that, it could just be that, I walked for X number of miles. I started walking X number of miles a week, and now I feel better, right? I don't think that's bullshit. I think that's very likely that you start, you get more exercise into your life, and you have positive consequences. Where did my Twidget go? Oh my god, my Twidget, did it like crash or something? I'm like completely defenseless without Twidget, chat. I have to actually go in and like read chat proper. I can see it. Hello Irene, you're awesome, says Morbius Dragon. Thank you, Morbius Dragon. That is very sweet of you. Like, look, there was a controversy of involving a content creator named Dr. K. This is somebody that Destiny's talked to a lot. Somebody that Destiny is currently defending, and people don't like Dr. K because he's an actual, you know, MD, as far as I understand, an actual medical professional, in some ways espousing, you know, natural healing remedies that are more like along the lines of Ayurveda and maybe homeopathy. I haven't looked into this situation too much, but yeah, I'm not, you know, I'm not a fan of those. I'm definitely not gonna, you know, be defending that kind of natural health. But I just do want to emphasize that, right, there's more to your health than, you know, than the mechanics of your anatomy and physiology, right? I mean, it does all tie into those mechanics, but in terms of your diet and lifestyle, right, that is some stuff that I definitely wouldn't eschew. Twidget, yeah, Twidget's the thing that, do you see this right here? Wait, did it work? Yes, it worked. That's Twidget. And it's a software that is not, the person that wrote it, the person that made it does not, they're not still working on it. That family, oh, what, the Kennedy has bad karma with the noggin? Oh god, yeah, that's an understatement. So yeah, this is what's going on. Are we talking about literal brainworms? Yeah, we were talking about literal brainworms in this case. It's just funny. It's just funny because it seems like you know, it seems like he's got some QAnon brainworms too, if I'm being real. Like the kind of shit that he talks about, like the idea of a conspiracy around you know, around COVID. Talks about it being designed, right, in a certain way to affect certain people and not others. Like, I mean, that is a combination of... When will we have the first trans president? Good question. I think Hillary signified Washington machinations. Yeah, he literally has brainworm. Well, it's a weird thing for him to say, right? Because look, president is like, they generally will if somebody's running for president, they'll go and they'll get checked out, and they'll sort of make that you know, make some report on their health like publicly available. That's a very common thing. I think Donald Trump's nobody really trusted him because his said that he was not as like realistically, right, what he claimed in terms of his weight, what his doctor claimed in terms of his weight, is not really what he weighs. I think the height measurement was a little off too, and you know, the doctor was like, he is literally the most healthy person I've ever seen, and it was like, okay, we don't really buy that. We don't really buy that. But in terms of, you know, talking about your like little aspects like this is something that is in his medical history, right? It sounds like it's not something that is currently afflicting RFK, the literal brainworm issue. And I think we're talking about trichinosis here, if I'm guessing from what, like, Sanjay Gupta didn't really get into the exact parasite, but it sounds like they're talking about trichinosis. Hillary thought she had it in the bag. Yeah, Hillary definitely was her own worst enemy in 2016. I always knew he had brainworms. That's what's funny about it, right? Is he kind of does have brainworms. Like in terms of his conspiracy theory mumbo jumbo, he definitely has like figurative brainworms. And like now we find out and like I said, there's no reason for him to divulge this. He's just saying this, and it's funny because it kind of goes along with the it kind of goes along with what people already think about him, but just like not in a literal sense, right? Bold to presume the USA will still exist in 40 years. Yeah, definitely dealing with a bottleneck, kind of a crossroads in 2024 here, where you definitely have people like influential people who are not super big on democracy, to the extent that we have democracy at all. In a lot of ways it's performative. In a lot of ways it gives you the feeling of having control, when in reality the choices that you get to make are limited, right? You do get to choose at the end of the day, usually between a giant douche and a turd sandwich, but you don't get to choose like to vote for if you ever want to get somebody through the primaries that is neither of those things, good luck. Good luck. What do you mean the USA isn't going anywhere? New Troy, I think they're talking about Project 2025, a literal plan by the Trump administration to try to kind of hollow out the civil service and replace them, right? Civil service are people that just do the day-to-day functions of government, right? But if you talk to Trump people, they're the deep state, right? So Trump wants to replace those people with Trump loyalists so that he can make the government. See, what happened was he got in charge and he found out that the president doesn't have the power that he thought the president would, that he wants to. And so if you're a super Trump supporter, you're like, well, just give him the power. How do you get the power? Well, what got in his way? Well, there's these little low-level functionaries that wouldn't let him act like a fucking petty tyrant, that wouldn't let him act like a king. So what do? We replace those people. And there's a plan. The Heritage Foundation, I don't know if you're aware of that. It's a hate group of anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-everyone except for evangelical Christians, right? And they've drafted this plan to fully take over the government, right? There's limits on what the executive branch can do, generally speaking. And that is in a large part what frustrated the plans of someone like Trump, is that the people that he was counting on to enact his will, like he wanted to, I feel like there was a few times that he wanted to send in like military to deal with protests, right? And they wouldn't let him do that. Well, if he can get his people in there. So that's what people are talking about, right? And if you listen to somebody like Nick Fuentes, a very unfortunately influential figure on the dissident right, which we were just talking about, dude is literally like a monarchist, a theocratic monarchist, right? When he says Christ is king, that is the kind of government that he wants, right? A government with that's based on, that's for, by, and of Christians, right? In fact, we might get into this. Wait, when we're covering Destiny tomorrow, maybe we'll cover this tomorrow. Destiny had a little chat with Nick Fuentes and the Krasenstein brothers. Oh my God, it was so fucking cursed. It was this Twitter space, right? Apparently 32,000 people watching, if you believe Elon's numbers. And Destiny came in there to try to sort of, disrupt Nick Fuentes' glorious return to Twitter, right? Which is ironic considering how much Destiny's utilization of Nick as content contributed to him having a comeback in the first place, right? He was, scarily influential prior to the 2016 election. Spent some time in the darkness, was much less like known about, was much less talked about, was kind of disappeared for a little while. And then Destiny remembered, when did I get good numbers? Oh yeah, when I was debating Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes. Let's bring them back. And he did. And, while I wouldn't say that he completely resurrected the career of Lauren Southern, Nick is another matter. Now, I won't put that all on Destiny. All right. I'm not trying to say that, like, literally, like, Nick Fuentes would be no one if Destiny had not picked him up out of obscurity and done content with him. But that gave him some much needed W's, right? Seeing him on Destiny's show arguing with him, right? And in the minds of some of these groypers, winning, right, was, it definitely it was definitely what he needed at the time to be able to stay relevant and, in fact, to mount a comeback. But in Destiny's mind, it's just slaying the dragon. I talk about this a lot, right? When you're talking about right-wing figures, like right-wing Nazi figures, like Fuentes and like Lauren Southern, you're talking about people that have this reputation as being monsters. Like, right? That's how we view them on the left. We're like, oh, geez, Lauren Southern. Oh, remember Nick Fuentes? And, at the time, Lauren Southern was like a slain dragon. She was like a sleeping dragon, right? And Destiny, because he'd done numbers before debating these people, decided to bring her back, right? To performatively put the blade in her one more time and make himself the saint, make himself the knight, make himself the glorious fighter for justice by being seen as in opposition to these monsters, right? And so the problem with this kind of content is the incentives of that kind of content are like, yeah, I want to slay the dragon. I want to be seen as slaying the dragon, but I can't really slay the dragon. In other words, I can't end him. I can't finish him because we got to bring him back next week. And so, yeah, we might get into that tomorrow. Destiny definitely gave Nick some battery juice to keep him relevant. Yeah. That's so scary, Thomas. That is so scary. Wait, is it switching over? Oh my god. Chat, the software is doing me wrong. Kelsey says, oh, weird. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Wait. Do I just need to refresh this? I don't know. Sometimes refreshing things helps. I remember Destiny and Hassan did a 2 versus 2 with Fuentes and Sargon of Akkad, of all people, like way back in the day. Yeah, back when Destiny and Hassan were friends. Long time ago. Okay, it's working again. It's working again. RFK Jr. should not have eaten those monkey brains. Or the undercooked pork, right? Most likely culprit. Most likely culprit is undercooked pork in this case. Shouldn't have bulked up by eating that rare pork. Yeah, I think that's what he did. Somebody convinced him that raw bacon was like, or not raw bacon. Bacon's cured, so less likely to happen from bacon unless it's uncured bacon. Trump is Adonis. I mean, that's how they draw him, especially if you're Ben Garrison. Healthiest and most attractive man who's ever lived. Oh yeah, you're talking about the doctor's report that Trump got. Yeah, Trump's like, they always say I'm so healthy, and RFK Jr. is like, a worm ate part of my brain and died in there. That's the best part, that he's like, it died in there. Like, now you just gotta get this, you imagine this dead worm in his fucking brain. I don't know, you just imagine like his brain just being full of all kinds of garbage, which figuratively it is. Figuratively, his brain is full of QAnon garbage. I knew when I ate like crap, I felt like crap. When I felt healthy, I feel healthy. Yeah. And nutrition is not the kind of science that can be systematized down to like, you just eat this, right? It's not, it's more complicated. It's more personal too, right? You find that different people maybe do better or worse on different diets. So in terms of being able to get like the standardized medical advice, I mean, there's some advice that your physician can give you. There's some, some stuff that we have pretty good science on, some stuff to avoid for sure. But it's, wait, aren't they related to Prohibition era monsters? The ghost of the victims of the mob. Oh, that's right. Wait, what? The grandpa of the Kennedy family is what? Is his name Joseph Kennedy? Is that the dude? This is JFK's dad. JFK and RFK Sr.'s dad that we're talking about, that was maybe definitely like involved in what, moonshine or something like that? Is that right? Of course, Elon hosted it. Yeah, and Elon, in bringing Nick Fuentes back, was sure to like make the point of like, well, I don't agree with what he says, and I am not like, I feel like free speech is the only true disinfectant. He almost made it sound like he's bringing Nick Fuentes back to Twitter to like hurt him, right? That was the feeling that you got from Elon. All right, chat, we are almost ready to go here. I just wanted to let you know what we're going to be doing in the rest of the stream. We're going to take a little look at what's going on in Gaza through Owen Jones. I'm going to react to some Owen Jones content. He's got an opinion about what Israel is essentially doing to themselves on the world stage, and it's not good. The worm starved! Damn, literal mind flare. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of funny, but like at the same time, we're not really laughing at somebody's medical, that's got to be scary to find out that there's a worm eating your brain. Slightly better than Rocky Balboa's raw eggs. Oh my god. Wait, what's happening? Donald, are people talking shit about eggs again? This pisses off Donald. Donald does not like egg slander. This time I wasn't doing it though, Donald. I swear. The Irish mob. I don't know. Does anybody want to shed some light on the whole is it Joseph Kennedy? Is that his name? Yeah, Vax misinfo is definitely scarier. All right, so yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at Owen Jones, then we're gonna do the FD Signifier versus Kamal content, right? And if you want to, chat, in other words, if we can get if we can hit the equivalent of like 10 memberships and or subs on YouTube and or Twitch, right? And I'll be very generous with that. I'll you know what I mean? I'll in other words, if we can get close enough where I can arguably be like, yeah, that's a sub goal, then we'll take a look at what FD Signifier had to say about the whole Kendrick and Drake situation. So that's what we got for today. As always, your support is appreciated. It is only by your support that I'm able to come to you day after day, and I appreciate all of your support, whether it be through subs on Twitch, whether it be through memberships on YouTube. That is how we spread the weasels. We're trying to spread the weasels of the world, right? As a kind of a harbinger of class consciousness that we hope to bring to the world after that. But for now, we're spreading the weasels and giving weasels to more people. And in that, I also appreciate, and I think other people in the chat appreciate it, when people give the gift of weasels, right? You can give gift memberships, you can give gift subs, and that's really how these weasels get spread. because you know, you're giving the gift of weasels. That means there's more people that can post weasels. That means our weasel army is growing, and that has got to be a good thing. Of course, super chats and super stickers are appreciated as well. We've already had some of those, and I don't know, chat, should I would you rather I read the super chats like at the end of a segment or something like that? I hope that's not getting in the way of the content, but I generally read those like close to the time that they're posted. So if you want to make sure that I read your chat and spend some time with it, you can send it to me in the form of a super chat. There's also links for Patreon, for Throne, and for donation links for PayPal, Cash App, and I think Streamlabs is still in there if you want to donate to me directly. And all of that support is appreciated. And also appreciated is the thumbs. So hit that like on the stream, because it does more than you think, right? And that's really the way that we spread weasels, is through liking the stream. So let's get going. Let's see what Owen Jones has to say, and we will see if throughout these segments we can build up enough steam to get to the extra content that is on the other side if we hit that sub goal. That's muted.
Catastrophic defeat. Israel has lost this so-called war. Now, before we discuss the murderous onslaught against Rafah, which...
Now, it sounds like a weird thing to say, right? Because when you're talking about, like, Israel versus, you know, Gaza, they've kind of leveled Gaza, right? Doesn't seem like a loss, but this is a different kind of war. And the primary objective does have to do with hearts and minds. Not hearts and minds of the people in the area, because I feel like Israel's given up on the hearts and minds of people in Gaza, but hearts and minds of the rest of the world. And that is the war that Israel is massively losing.
In the south of Gaza, bear in mind what I just said there. Israel has suffered a catastrophic defeat, militarily, strategically, politically, morally. It has failed in its stated war aims, defeating Hamas, who will never be defeated by military means, as any seasoned military expert will tell you. Indeed, they have taken over much of the destroyed areas of Gaza that the IDF has withdrawn from.
So in other words, if what you want is to dislodge a militant resistance group from power, the worst thing that you can do is put the people of the area in the position where they feel like they are the only ones fighting for them. And that is exactly what Israel has done. There's a movie called The Battle for Algiers, The Battle of Algiers. I believe it's a French movie that the United States military would have their officers study, prior to going into war in Iraq, that basically talks about, the dynamics of anti-insurgent tactics, and it's not. It feels like these are lessons, and like, chat, this is from a strategic point of view. Battle of Algiers is not trying to make like a moral point or anything like that, right? Obviously, the morality of what Israel is doing in Gaza and to the rest of the Palestinian people is atrocious. Beyond that, but even from a practical, pragmatic, wanting to achieve a military objective point of view, Israel's fucking up.
They haven't brought back the hostages. Well, the vast majority of those who were released, of course, only were so because of a ceasefire and negotiated prisoner exchange. And Israel has killed far more of its own hostages than it has rescued by military means. Israel's international reputation has all but completely collapsed. In the states it depends on for weapons and diplomatic support, public opinion has swung decisively and irreversibly against it. In the months and years ahead, the uncritical support it has received from those states will unravel. Too many people have seen things they cannot unsee, heard things they can't unhear, read things they cannot unread. That goes...
Oh, also not lagging? Oh no, Monope, you are lagging though. And if you just heard me talk about lagging, then maybe you are lagging. The real thing that I wanted to, have I watched the Kamal yet? Not yet. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go into that. That's the next thing that's up.
particularly for younger
Oh, you're responding to, okay, that makes sense.
generations who would.
But that reminds me also that I don't have the short stream up. I should put that up. Kamal's a prime example of the problem you're having with your family and friends and your community of anti-intellectuals in your community. Yeah, exactly, Thomas. I don't know why you're it's not making the stream alert go, but the Hamas is very much the pretext that Bibi Netanyahu uses all the time to justify attacks on the Palestinian people.
Increasingly assert themselves politically. Now, much of the world already treated Israel as a rogue state. That position will now be cemented. The fact that a new generation of younger Jewish Americans repudiate what Israel stands for should terrify it the most. If the Israeli state was capable of acting rationally, that is, even in its own narrow, selfish strategic interests, it would understand all of this. Alas, it cannot, because it has been overwhelmed by genocidal fervour and is suffering the fate of a settler colonial state which refuses to come to terms with what it's done to the indigenous population it has displaced and oppressed. And it is trapped in an internal cycle of hateful radicalisation which will end very badly for it, and crucially, which has catastrophic implications for its allies and patrons. Now, that is not much consolation for the people of Gaza in the here and now, of course. Let's focus on Rafah, which itself offers profound clues about Israel's impending loss. Netanyahu's regime has no interest in a ceasefire, one which will lead to Netanyahu's fall from power and potential domestic prosecution for corruption and potential war crimes indictment by the International Criminal Court. If any such ceasefire happens, it will be because it has been forced on Israel. Now, as an article in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz puts it, to keep Netanyahu's partners on board and prevent them from preempting an election in which Likud will be decimated and he will be turfed out of office, he needs to keep the total victory myth alive, and that is only possible by avoiding a deal with Hamas. Now, if we just turn to look at what Hamas accepted as a ceasefire deal, because that left the Israeli state blindsided. Cheers went up in Gaza amongst the desperate and traumatised population when they heard the news. But Israeli officials briefed the proposal that was approved by Hamas was a watered-down version of Egypt's offer and included elements Israel could not accept, adding, this would appear to be a ruse intended to make Israel look like the side refusing a deal, briefed an Israeli official. Well, yes, the appearances are based on what Israel is in fact doing. Now, crucially, Israel turned on their US protectors, claiming CIA Director Bill Burns and other Biden administration officials involved in negotiations knew about the proposal but didn't tell Israel, and the last touches were made in Doha with the Biden administration's knowledge. They say that the Israeli officials say that Israel got played by the United States. But according to the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, according to a foreign diplomatic source familiar with the negotiations, the outline Hamas accepted Monday night is at its core the same as the Egyptian proposal, which Israel had already approved. Now, since Sunday, the CIA chief, William...
Okay, so you got different claims here, including a claim from Israel that like the United States is like undermining its position. Now, I kind of wish that, look, whatever Biden does in this case, right? If there is a real, turn against enabling further atrocities by Israel, it's still too little, too late. It's still pathetic to the degree to which the United States just enabled this like wholesale slaughter that's been going on in Gaza. But we would like to see the U.S. actually put some, at the very least, some kind of conditions in terms of their military support. It looks like that might be happening now. I mean, regardless, it's
Burns and Qatari Prime Minister have had several meetings during which an outline was reached based on the existing proposal, and it was this that enabled the breakthrough to Hamas's acceptance of the deal. Another diplomat closely familiar with the proposal said that the ball is now in Netanyahu's court. So that very much contradicts.
Yeah. So it seems like maybe Israel is lying about the U.S. undermining them in the negotiations, which like they have every right to do that. Like if you're gonna pick a side in terms of these negotiations, right, it should be it shouldn't be Israel, but it almost sounds like they had agreed to this thinking that it wouldn't get signed, and then once it was signed they didn't. And Netanyahu's been being weird too about, as far as like, stating that the invasion of Rafah is going to go on regardless of the conditions of any ceasefire that's signed.
What the Israeli state has said.
Yeah, Israel, we were talking about that earlier. Israel shut down Al Jazeera's offices a few days ago.
About the circumstances of Hamas accepting ceasefire. Now, the US has played, of course, a pivotal role in Israel's genocidal campaign, providing the weapons and diplomatic support. But with US public opinion swinging decisively against Israel, it turns out, like most of us, most Americans don't actually like watching innocent civilians, including huge numbers of children, being slaughtered. So the Biden administration, which faces possible defeat against Donald Trump in November's presidential election, decided they just couldn't contain the consequences of an onslaught against Rafah. That is, of course, where most of Gaza's population, who've been forcibly displaced by Israel, are now sheltering. Most of Gaza, of course, has been destroyed. Rafah is the last place which hasn't been ravaged by an Israeli ground assault. Now, Palestinians were told if they fled to the south, they would be safe. That was a lie. Israel has repeatedly dropped 2,000-pound bombs on so-called safe zones in the south. And crucially, the nearby southern city of Khan Yunis has been virtually destroyed. And they said over and over again, made it clear that the south would not suffer the sorts of fate of the north. And yet we can see what happened to Khan Yunis. Estimates of 90% of its buildings ruined, perhaps the most ravaged part now of Gaza. Now, the Rafah crossing, that's what connects Gaza to Egypt, is also absolutely crucial for any humanitarian aid to enter Gaza, as this spokesperson for the Norwegian Refugee Council made clear yesterday.
If a Rafah offensive takes place in full force, that would lead to the collapse of the aid response that is really reliant on the Rafah hub to distribute aid, to organize aid throughout that area.
Well, Israeli forces have seized control of the Rafah crossing. Israeli soldiers filmed themselves crushing an I Love Gaza sign. Well, that's the perfect visual metaphor for an onslaught defined by mass slaughter and destruction, an attempt to erase Gaza from the face of the earth. Now, let's focus on the humanitarian consequences of seizing the Rafah crossing. Let's just listen to this spokesperson from Gaza's main humanitarian agency, UNRWA.
What impact this border crossing has had? The closure of the crossing, I should say.
Yeah, the closure of the crossing since Sunday is having catastrophic impacts on everyone in Gaza. Since October, this has been the main entry point for goods coming into Gaza. There has only been a trickle of goods coming in, and since Sunday, the crossing has been closed completely. And this has devastating impacts for the people of Gaza, who are already on the verge of famine. So no aid coming in means no aid distributed after a couple of days. And equally importantly, Rafah, Kerem Shalom are the only entry point for fuel in Gaza. So without the fuel, there's no ability for trucks to move around. There's no ability for desalination plants to operate and provide safe water. There's no electricity. It cuts off everything. Rafah, Kerem Shalom, they're the life.
Shorts, are we good? I'm sorry, chat. I'm feeling sick. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just like overheating but trying to get everything together in the background. Is Shorts working? Is Shorts up? I can't tell. I legit can't tell.
Blood for the small amounts of goods.
All good here? Nice.
Coming into Gaza since October. So absolutely devastating.
Now, Israel has pursued a deliberate policy of starvation. It has explicitly and publicly.
I'm going to open a window.
Do that from the start. And what it did was block aid from getting in, impose lengthy and intentionally onerous screening processes, arbitrarily banning crucial aid from getting in over and over again, refusing to open sufficient crossings, waging an all-out war against UNRWA, the biggest humanitarian agency, with a smear campaign based on no evidence, then blocking it in particular from accessing the worst hit areas of northern Gaza, allowing far-right Israeli protesters to block aid from getting in, destroying roads in Gaza so aid can't travel, killing more aid workers than in any other conflict in recorded history, including foreign aid workers, so that foreign NGOs suspended their work, killing police officers charged with protecting aid convoys, repeatedly massacring Palestinians when they were searching for that food, and at the same time destroying Gaza's domestic food production and agriculture. We could go on, blocking fuel from getting in so you can't get the aid around. Now, they've seized the Rafah crossing where aid comes in, most of it. Well, everything we know about Israel's behaviour suggests that spells catastrophe for Gaza as a whole. The Rafah crossing was also the only place Palestinians could flee this genocidal carnage.
Main target was to control Rafah crossing. In fact, what we have been seeing is that Israeli military tanks were stationed inside the Rafah crossing, as we have been seeing images emerging there for these tanks as they have been just moving on the yards of the crossing from inside. And that's absolutely devastating, because this is the only point that Palestinians have been using for travel abroad and to leave the Gaza Strip. But now no longer Palestinians will
get a Stanley Cup and drink water. Oh, that's really sweet. I can't afford a Stanley Cup.
Be able to leave the territory.
Let's listen to the brilliantly courageous Al Jazeera.
Also, wouldn't I have to win the NHL to get a Stanley Cup? Wouldn't I have to, isn't that how you get a Stanley Cup? You have to win the hockey trophy?
Correspondent Hind Cowdery on the mood amongst Palestinians there.
All of these people have no idea where they're going, because it's Deir al-Balah, and the central area is also packed. We're talking about UN facilities, hospitals, schools. Even empty agricultural lands are now tents, and hundreds of thousands of people settled there, displaced multiple times.
But actually, Thomas, the water is a good idea. I'll just have to drink it out of my...
From place to another, from central to the south, Palestinians are left in despair and fear, not knowing where to go, where no place in the Gaza Strip is safe.
Here's a Palestinian refugee in Rafah reporting just how grave their plight there is.
All the options are finished for us. There is no safe place to go to, especially that we have family members, children and elderly sick people. It will be very hard for us to move from Rafah to another place. There is no other place.
Let me tell you about Nahadir, who is a former Palestinian journalist who I interviewed on this channel earlier this year. Now, we raised enough money, thanks to you, over £85,000 to get him and his family out of Gaza, including not just his children, but the kids of his brother, who was killed by the Israeli state. Fortunately, it's not that straightforward. We thought we were close to getting him out, but we haven't managed to get him out yet, or more to the point, we haven't managed to get him and his family out in time, given what's just happened in Rafah. The night before last, from Rafah, he sent us a message. He said, "It's 3 o'clock now after midnight. We didn't sleep at all. The rockets around us from every side, just tens of meters. Numbers of close neighbours have been killed. It's partly of killing kids, newborn, women and old, in addition to men and young people. We do not know if we will survive or not if this continues till morning. It is one of the hardest nights in Rafah. Love you all, my friend, salam." When I messaged him later, he said they forced us to leave Rafah from its eastern area to Khan Yunis city. We just reached. I can't describe what is Khan Yunis. It's totally destroyed. It's something like end of the world movies. Horrible, sad, empty, death everywhere, no inhabitants. He told me to share these messages with the world, to tell the people what those criminals do. He added, it's part of their military operation against the civilians to destroy the city as they did previously with Gaza and Khan Yunis. They are bloodthirsty, he adds. I asked him about food and he says they have the bare minimum quantity and the worst quality. Now, I've seen hideous footage of the horrors unleashed by Israel since the Rafah offensive, including 2 children crushed to death, the tongue of one of them squashed out of his skull, the eye of the other squashed out of his skull as well. In other videos, first responders pick up the organs and remains of bodies from rubble, while a child, her clothes incinerated, her skin scorched off her body, screams with pain. If these victims were not Palestinians, if they were Westerners, these kids, those responsible for these barbarities would be denounced quite correctly as amongst the worst monsters of our time. But indeed, one of the great atrocities of our age continues, facilitated by our governments every step of the way, despite their hand-wringing. Now it's much, much too late. Now, Netanyahu declares the entry into Rafah serves 2 of the main objectives of the war, returning our hostages and eliminating Hamas. We've already proven in the previous release of hostages that military pressure on Hamas is an essential condition for the return of our hostages. I mean, it's just rewriting history here, given that was a ceasefire agreement. That's what allowed those hostages to be released because of the cessation of fire. Now, he says the Hamas proposal yesterday was designed to torpedo the entry of our forces into Rafah. That did not happen.
It's a weird thing to say that somebody torpedoed you by offering a ceasefire. But what he's saying is torpedo our military objective of entering the last area that all the civilians have been, told to go to after the rest of the country has been reduced to rubble.
War cabinet unanimously determined the Hamas proposal was very far from Israel's core demands. In the rest of his statement, he declares he won't allow Hamas to restore what he calls its regime of evil, that a delegation will be sent to Cairo for ceasefire talks with that in mind. But meanwhile, Israel will continue the war on Hamas, as he puts it. In truth, of course, a war on the Palestinian people of Gaza. Now, the Israeli anti-war academic Ori Goldberg suggests the Rafah offensive is for domestic consumption and for the appeasement of Netanyahu's base, that a deal will be signed within the week, that Netanyahu is doing this to look tough on Hamas while bringing hostages home, via deal that is, and hopes that the Israeli public is so used to him that he will remain in power.
Yeah, because this was what happened at the outset. So if you don't know, at the outset of this conflict, right, Netanyahu's grip on power was slipping, and he looked to be, replaced. He because of corruption, because of some unrelated issues, people wanted him out. People also blamed him for October 7th in the sense that, like, Israel seemingly had, no preparation for such an event. Some of the troops that would have been in the area had been sent to the West Bank instead to assist this kind of settler terrorism that's going on to Palestinians in the West Bank, and because of their seeming belief that an event like October 7th could never happen, there wasn't a lot of the event was able to go a lot further than it would have than I think even those planning it had anticipated, right? And so people blame Netanyahu and his government for that, for not, people in Israel blame them for not keeping them safe. But the understanding was, I think, that there's some kind of an agreement of a unity government during a military event like this. And because of that, Netanyahu was able to stay in power and has been, in effect, extending the conflict further and further away from, the time period where Israel had kind of had enough of Netanyahu and wanted him out of power, in hopes that maybe, if he's seen as a glorious, victorious, wartime prime minister, that he could somehow stay in power.
This academic adds, this only makes the situation more shameful for the international community for Gaza, and he concludes the genocide in Gaza is even more serious for the indifferent, careless way it was carried out, seemingly at no cost. When this horror is over, the international community should acknowledge its complicity, and Israel should face the consequences of his actions. Well, whatever the truth of this analysis, and obviously we must desperately hope for the violence to end, his final conclusion is, of course, correct. Yes, Israel will continue to inflict horrific suffering and mayhem. There's no question about that, I'm afraid to say. But it has lost. Israel will never recover from this. It spent 7 months waging a war of annihilation against a strip of land no bigger than East London, and it has failed in its war aims, exposed its weakness, brutally widened its own internal divisions, and turned global public opinion, not least in the States, which prop it up, against it. They have lost. And whatever happens in Rafah now will simply underline that loss. If they commit more atrocities, more suffering, then they will pay an even greater price than they're already going to pay. But it's up to us to turn that loss into justice. That is justice for the Palestinian people. Because as things stand, they are a desperate, cornered animal. And I think we all know that desperate, cornered animals can inflict the worst damage yet. Please like and subscribe. Do leave your comments. Would love to hear your thoughts as ever, which I always read. Do share this video, listen to us on the podcast, and keep the show on the road.
All right, so yeah, we're gonna move on. This is I'm sorry, Chad. I'm just like. While I am encouraged by the fact that there's more and more of an emerging awareness, even by people who just, like I said, sort of knee-jerked their support towards Israel because they had this idea of the Israelis being the somehow the good guys in this situation, right? And they never even questioned that. People are questioning that. People are looking at this. People are seeing images on their social media feeds, on TikTok, on YouTube, wherever, that they just cannot be all right with, and it's changing people's minds. It's changing people's hearts. Like I said before, the goal of an anti-insurgent movement, or an anti-insurgent operation like what Israel seems to have been intent on conducting against Hamas, is to win hearts and minds. But ironically enough, this action that they've done has lost the hearts and minds, not of the people in Palestine, which obviously, Palestine had no faith in Israel as a peace partner, has had no faith in Israel as a peace partner for a very long time, but of the rest of the world, and the United States was one of the last bastions of this sort of, reflexive support of Israel, and that is changing too, particularly as you look into younger demographics. It's Biden's essentially, if you look at some of the elections in 2022, you notice that the group that's saving Biden's bacon, the group that's keeping the Senate for the Democrats, the group that turned what could have been a red wave in the House into a trickle, right, were younger voters. And younger voters are the ones that Biden is losing. Younger voters are the ones that are saying they've had enough. Their stomachs are turned. They can't take any more of this. And rather than people, because I am seeing a lot of like vote shaming in reaction to this, and like, oh, what do you want, Trump? Do you want Trump? Look, that shit doesn't work. That shit doesn't work. If you want Biden to retain the demographics that he's lost, you need to pressure him to change his policy. A lot of this is too little too late, right? He should have changed policy a long fucking time ago. But Biden is one of the biggest, reflexive supporters of Israel. He said himself in the 80s that if Israel didn't exist, the United States would have to invent them, that Israel is essentially such a useful chess piece on the board of, of the great game of world domination, that the United, that, they're like the queen, piece, the queen chess piece to the United States. So, getting Biden to even say something like that, he's going to hold back on bomb shipments, is a little bit of a watershed moment, but god damn, is it ever too late? Is it ever too late, right? Yeah, this next election is going to be so fucked up and so complicated because you've got essentially two presidential candidates, the shit sandwich and the giant douche, that have the chance of winning the presidency, are both candidates that have been, absolutely agreeing and enabling Israel's worst atrocities. And both on the left, like I said, in terms of the younger voters, and not just the younger voters, and not just the younger, at this point, like it is like a watershed moment where, voters all across the age spectrum are waking up and, realizing that this is something that the United States never should have enabled. And on the right, with a large segment of the dissident right, opposing Israel for various reasons. Some of those reasons are not the greatest reasons in the world. However, even Trump's coalition is not, is not like primarily in support of Israel's atrocities in Palestine, right? You've got both of these candidates kind of on the wrong side of history, on the wrong side of the issue, and yet at the same time trying to triangulate, trying to maintain the pro-Israel vote that they do have on both sides. And yeah, there's still, you know, evangelicals who you know, would fall under that umbrella, as well as liberals on Biden's side who would fall under that umbrella. So I don't know how this shakes out, right? You definitely can't point to one of these candidates and say this is the candidate for turning US policy in Israel around and changing it and disengaging. There is not a candidate for, you know, divesting the United States and its resources from this disgusting project of annihilation of Gaza, right? Neither side can truly claim that, and yet both sides will claim that. And they will talk out of both sides of their mouth because they are dishonest. I don't know if I have an ad hominem bad enough, right? For the policy policies supported by the major political candidates. But it's such a shit show. It's such a fucking shit show.
System down?
Okay, so this is what we were talking about. This is a streamer named, am I pronouncing his name right? Is it Kamal? I think that's how his name's pronounced. Okay, you can correct me in chat if I'm wrong. He is a Twitch streamer, and he's got, it looks like an Adventure Time character. He's got this little thing where at the bottom of it, I'm curious what you think about this, right? When you're in his chat, basically, it turns you into a character from Adventure Time, and you walk around like on the bottom of the screen. And when you say something, it's like a little speech bubble comes out of the mouth. Anyway, sorry, chat. I'm getting distracted by by stuff like this. But this is Kamal. He's been oh god, let me give you a sense of who this guy is, right? So like I said, he's a Twitch streamer. He's on YouTube. His channel is at like 31.7k subscribers. I want to show you a little bit because I was trying to get, okay, so basically FD Signifier is reacting to content that Kamal's done on him. Here, I'm gonna have to open it up from here. Now I went to look for this content because like I always want to give you the full context, and I thought the obvious thing to do would be to go find the streams or the videos that Kamal's made that FD is reacting to, the reason that FD is confronting this guy. I couldn't. Apparently, I've been told that they are members only. Right? So like in lieu of that, I just want to show you this guy's YouTube journey right now. Like I said, I get the feeling that primarily he's a Twitch streamer. However, you know, most Twitch streamers have a YouTube presence or are working on a YouTube presence, need a YouTube presence because Twitch doesn't do shit in terms of building your community, in terms of pushing you to new people. It's very hard to grow on Twitch exclusively unless you're just like, you know, full-time, you know, finding some big streamer and just like attach yourself to them like a pilot fish or something like that, right? You know, it's very, very hard to grow, and people don't want, you know, somebody to just like rubber stamp another streamer. So, you know, you're either having to sort of make yourself that that reply person for a bigger streamer, or you're having to, you know, do it through a YouTube presence, build your brand on other channels. So let's take a look here at what Kamal's been doing. Fresh and Fit exposed for who they really are. That is the blatant racist. Wow. That is the first video, right? With 10k views. So not bad for a small channel. I'm sure he was a lot smaller 2 years ago, right? But you know, nothing special either, right? How Brendan Schwab became trash and how to fix him. 11k views. TLC is kind of effed up. Yeah, they're exploitive reality shows. 5.9K views. I don't know who this Stuff is Cold person is, but apparently they have serious issues, right? So, you know, just kind of going along to get along, right? Nothing special, nothing popping off, nothing standing out until we get to, oh my God, I don't know if you can see this. It's probably going to cut it off, isn't it? Yeah, it is. God damn it. All right, you're just going to have to trust me on this one because otherwise I'm going to take way too long resizing my window to show you. But like over here where it's cut off, you see a video called The Problem with Hassan Piker and Other Quote Unquote Woke People, right? So we're doing 10K, we're doing 6K, we're doing 22K. And then all of a sudden we are doing 173K. Ooh, that hit. That popped off, right? Hassan Piker, Nick is not green, Ethan Klein on the thumbnail, problem with woke people, right? And it's really kind of strange from somebody who started off doing content about like Fresh and Fit being racist, being blatant racist, to, you know, to kind of flip to the other side and be like, what about these woke assholes over here? What's the problem with woke people? So yeah, we got Stop Caring What They Say. It looks like, is that James Corden and Kanye West? I don't know what this video is about. Red Pill's Biggest Secret. These 4 things cured my insomnia. Oh my God, that really did not do numbers. That's 2.2K. Why I hate nice guys, because they're fake. Why Sneeko sucks now. Like he didn't suck before, but whatever. So again, we go back into the, you know, 23K range, 4.4K, not doing great, right? Until we make another video. Why YouTube's not funny anymore. Now, this one didn't pop off as much as the Ethan, Hassan, and Nick is not green, but we got, again, Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker on here. In 2015, we had iDubbbz and we had Filthy Frank, and they were funny. That was some funny shit, right? In 2023, we have Hassan and Ethan Klein, and they are woke. And by virtue of them being woke, they are not funny. Click the three lines button on the top to hide the sidebar. Oh, good call. Good call. That might actually be just the advice that I need. Okay, can you see this a little bit better now? Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't move the things in the right directions. Anyway, yeah, it sucks when things are just out of frame, but you'll have to trust me here, right? He's got a 173. The one video I really want to show you is like slightly off screen, right? But you can see this one, right? That's 51K. So, you know, it's like double or more what he was doing before. Oh my God, and every single, okay, the other thing about the videos that pop off, his biggest videos are all the way on the right side of things, right? So we got 51K over here. Now, again, you can't see this, right? But the huge problem with internet leftists. So what did we have before? The problem with woke people. Now we have the problem with internet leftists. What's the problem? They're frauds. They're frauds. So 173K. Very similar numbers than to his video about woke people. Now we got Noah Sampson. We got Ethan Klein. And we got Hassan Piker. Why are young men so lost? 22K. Logan Paul, 28K. I found the worst TikTok, 10K. Every single time. And it, like, seriously, chat, if I resize this, it's gonna disrupt the stream. So you just have to trust your streamer here, right? His best video here, let's do most popular. There we go. That probably works better. Now you can see the videos that I'm trying to show you, right? His most popular videos, Hassan Piker, the worst political streamer. So he's really zeroed in on what gets his audience going here with Hassan, right? Leftist, internet leftists, they're frauds. Huge video, right? Problem with woke people, problem with Nick is not green, Hassan and Ethan. Then the next one you've got is you're being radicalized. Now this is what sort of shows his, oh my God. Here, I'm gonna have to change it so that you can. Now you can see it all the way on the right here. You see You're Being Radicalized. That's a picture of Hassan Piker on the left and Steven Crowder's face on the right, and they're just kind of mushed together. They're kind of like, they're the same guy, two sides of the same coin, right? So you see what we're going for here. We're not necessarily going for, like far right content in terms of Kamal. We're going for some kind of centrism, right? You're being radicalized. Hassan Piker just as bad as Steven Crowder. So yeah, and then we have yesterday's video, conversation with FD Signifier. This is a video on Dr. Umar, I believe. But do you see what's going on here? Do you see what's going on? This person started out with a certain intention, with certain stuff that he wanted to cover, and then he found out that certain of his content popped. Certain of his content did numbers, and that might give you some clue as to why he's targeting FD Signifier. Now, like I said, I'd like to show you the videos where he's targeting FD Signifier. Unfortunately, I think all of those are members only, kind of content, so I can't. So just to give you a little backdrop, right? And once again, I will repeat my promise to, oh my God. Well, first I'll repeat the fact that at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break that happens at every hour on the hour, and we are right at the hour right now. That means that if you're on Twitch, you have precious little time to get out of that ad break. If you've seen it before, it's a 3-minute ad break. Sometimes it shows the same ads over and over again, right? If you don't want to be a part of that mess, you can get out of it for free with the Twitch Prime sub. If you have Twitch Prime, you have a free sub. You can give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see ads on my channel. You can also pay $5 to get yourself a sub. That also gets you out of the ad break. That also gets you weasels, right? Or if neither of those things work for you, there is a small chance that you might be gifted a sub if you are active in the chat. So yeah, I gotta mention that, and then I also gotta mention that to the rest of to my viewers on YouTube, to my viewers on Shorts, to my viewers on everywhere else. This piece of content is the last piece of content that I plan on covering today. Now, if you want to change my plans and keep me here for a little bit longer, you can do that if we hit a sub goal, which is going to be like about 10 memberships or the equivalent. If we get to that, I'll also take a look at some of FD Signifier's commentary on the Drake and Kendrick situation, right? So I'm not, an expert. I'm far from an expert when it comes to diss tracks. When it comes to rap in general, I'm not an expert. I'm gonna have to, rely on somebody who, has a better perspective on this. From what I've heard, FD's videos on this are pretty good. Are pretty good as far as getting that perspective. We can stick around for a little longer today if we hit that, if we hit those numbers, right? If we also, how are we doing, chat? We know. Thank you, Jaden. I'm glad to know that you know. This is are we having any issues with lagging? Kendrick is winning. Oh yeah, God, that's the understatement of the century. Everybody knows that, right? FD is super biased when it comes to rap. What is it? His bias is no other. Good for Gal. Yeah, we haven't covered FD in a while, so I thought that I'd give you a chance to maybe extend this coverage, since like I've heard really good things about his. But we got some dissent in chat. Some people are saying that FD's got a bias. The beef is on pause because of so if you don't know, one of Drake's bodyguards ended up getting shot, and I don't know for sure that is. Wait, something's going on in chat. I'm not. Let's see. Oh wait, I gotta look at this one. Oh, I see. Good for Gabby using. Wait, did you just become a member? I think so. Soul Life says like the video helps grow the channel. That's true. That's true. Soul Life, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks for weaseling up. Good for Gabby, you also just weaseled up. So we got two people stepping up, stepping into the weasel zone. The white guy hotline reported to me that Kendrick is a better musician and human being. That's all I know. Yeah, and it hasn't oh, you've been a member. Well, yeah, okay. Sometimes it's not super clear, like, what happens. Like, I love that wow sign. Well, that's what happens whenever a weasel gets its wings, basically. And I think, chat, I don't think we get ghost memberships anymore, so I think it only happens if somebody becomes a member or gives the gift of weasels. Like that. Like Soul Life just did to Kelsey Soloway. Kelsey Soloway, your weasel just got its wings. Chat, I apologize. I feel like I'm like out of it today. I know it's these late night streams. I've been doing Fallout New Vegas super late at night, and I should probably try to do those streams earlier. But yeah, I don't know. Probably not biased. Agree with some takes, but he's kind of a hip hop hotep. Feel like he gatekeeps rap sometimes for no good reason. I'm fine. I don't know, chat. I notice the difference when I'm on and when I'm not on, but hopefully, like, I'm on the trampoline, right? That's what's important, right? Did you notice that I'm on a trampoline today? Wait, maybe I should do bounces every time somebody becomes a member, every time somebody subs. I feel like I should do, how many bounces? Like 20 bounces or something like that? I don't know. I'll probably do extra bounces too, but you see this? I'm on a trampoline, and you know, this is like, the idea is for me to get some exercise while I'm streaming, so I'm not doing like a sedentary activity that's like bad for me. I'm doing an active, you know, I'm not just talking the talk about diet and exercise being like helpful things for you in your daily life. I'm also exemplifying that. So yeah, we're definitely gonna bounce for these subs. But yeah, thank you Soul Life, and thank you Good for Gabby, for making me bounce, for giving me a reason to bounce. How about that? The member milestone message option doesn't let me send. Sometimes that stuff is complicated. Maybe if I bounce, I'll feel better. I don't know. Chat, I don't think I'm really sick. Anyway, I have been edging you for far too long as far as this content goes. Let's see what this beef is all about. Speaking of beefs, right? We got the FD Signifier versus Kamal beef. And what is it all about, right? We're not going to be able to go back in time and look at and see the shit that Kamal has talked, but trust me, there are videos there that seem to be exactly that, you know. And he's a reaction streamer, right? You know, him talking shit about, you know, FD Signifier, much in the way as I will sometimes disagree with other streamers. So, you know, disagreeing isn't bad, but the question is, what do they disagree about? And what do we think about that? That's what we're trying to go for here. Crotchy, with the membership. Mr. Divorcepedia, you have such a fantastic... Wait, why is this not showing up on... Because, like, I like when you make a chat along with your membership, I like to put... it on stream, but... Oh, no other. Yeah, we stream on YouTube, we stream on Twitch, and we stream on Shorts. So it's just whichever you're more comfortable with, right? If you like watching on Twitch, some people like watching on Twitch. There's some bells and whistles with Twitch that don't exist on YouTube. The sub alerts are different on Twitch than the member alerts on YouTube. So, just whichever you're most happy with. Hip should not be gate kept, says Zara. But yeah, we do have like kind of an issue. Like, right, ideally, like I'm just maintaining these platforms. Like I pay monthly for this software that allows me to restream, that allows me to stream on multiple platforms at once, right? And so as long as there is enough support from which we're kind of on the borderline of, right? We're on the good side of it, right? But as far as Twitch goes, we're kind of on the borderline as far as whether there's enough support to justify restreaming it to Twitch. But as long as there's enough support from Twitch to at least pay for the restreaming services, I will be on Twitch as well. But yeah, we do there is kind of a thing where people like gravitate to the biggest chat.
This is why people don't like you. You just call me rugged.
No, the only thing that truly annoyed me that you said, I think things that are
so smug. So smug. Go ahead.
For the record, right? FD calls him a rugged individualist. It's not like it's not just a comment on him being rugged.
My goal isn't to get more people invested in, financial literacy. That's not my goal. My goal is to tear the system down.
Wow. So you kind of talk down, like you literally talk like you levitate. And that pisses people off.
That is an amazing compliment.
That's a compliment?
I'm like, this nigga don't know me at all. You said
when
something
did I say
like
that? I never said that. That's soy.
That's soy. Okay, look, chat, I gotta point this out, right? He said that's soy in an incredibly soy way. Like, whatever the fuck soy means, I feel like the people that use that as a pejorative, as a put down, I feel like they are nose blind to their own soy nature, right? Oftentimes, in fact, the most soy thing you can do is complain about somebody being soy. Like, that is definitionally soy. Anyway.
Oh, is he in here? Oh, wow. VFD, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. I am quite tickled to have come in while you're talking to a race realist.
Dude, he's really not making me look good. Like, the Coon allegations are not helping. I promise he's only the second racist person I've talked to. I promise you.
As the kids would say, I'm calling cap on that. I think you are quite inviting.
Look, man, you can read the title of the stream. Debate me on anything. The first one, black guy, was showing me a sculpture. Second one, neutral. Then we got the race realism guy. It's a crapshoot. I don't know who's gonna call in.
Okay, so what he's talking about is the fact that I think he's doing a call-in stream on this day, right? And the previous person that called in for him to debate was a race realist.
Know these people?
I mean, this is why I maintain that debate is more about entertainment than education, which is fine. Yeah. I want to be clear to folks in the audience who take that very personal, that I'm insulting their big brain entertainment.
Soy is within. Like, everyone who uses soy as a pejorative. Yeah, the thing about it is, it's like, yeah, what are you, like, I don't know. I mean, like,
genre that
you're eating soy right now,
but at its core, this is an entertainment genre. And for people like me that don't find entertaining, it's not a thing I do.
I'll say this. When I say debate in my streams, I assume that these people know I'm using it, very lightly. I'm not Destiny. We're not using any tactics. We're just having conversations. But yeah, the race realism shit was not a good look. But sometimes you just gotta take your L on the chin. But I just want to say, I don't know if you saw anything. I appreciate you commenting. I appreciate you watching the video. You did not call me a coon. You didn't say anything. You were very respectful. So I think that, it takes a lot of balls. So I appreciate you for that.
It's really not that hard to not call people the C slur, as I've been told to refer to it as.
Oh, come on, dude.
So this is the last time FD Signifier was involved in drama, right? It was around a streamer named Shark 300 who had somebody made a video about Shark, saying that talking about his energy being of that variety. Now, please understand this word, right, means something different depending on whose mouth it's coming out of, right? It literally means something different, right? It has a usage, it has a meaning within the Black community, right? In that case, it is not a slur, right? If but yeah, there's also like a traditional usage by racist white people of that word as a slur, right? So yeah, it's that's the nuance that's kind of being lost in this discussion. And the person saying that Shark 300 had this kind of energy was Black, right? So that's where it was coming from. A bunch of white streamers reacted to this as if Shark was being called a racial slur, and that's not what happened. But that's what that refers to. That's what's being talked about. For the record, I don't think FD ever used that word, and definitely wasn't calling anybody that word in any sense of the way. But that's what Kamal's referring to there.
Don't say. You can say it. This is my content. You can say whatever you want here. Clearly,
you gonna give me a C-word pass?
I'll give you that. It's the least I can do for you.
And that's the irony of really that whole discourse is nobody can find a single image or video or anything of me calling pretty much anyone a coon outside of ABBA. All of the commentary and the hand wringing about Shark 300 and whomever else, you can't find a single place where I called that man a coon. I actually defended him from the coon allegations during the middle of that particular drama.
I've had some people talk about that.
Yeah. Essentially, FD I think was reacting to, was it Shark watching his video? Anybody remember what the conversation between, because I covered this, right? This conversation between Shark 300 and FD Signifier, I think, started off with Shark reacting to some of FD's content, and FD shows up in his stream. Shark brings him on to talk, and FD is trying to act like the peacemaker here, right? And maybe in some people's eyes being a little overly charitable towards Shark, who had his own called somebody else a slur in a non in the true a meaning of the term slur, right? So that's okay. So Zara says FD actually had an open dialogue with other Black folks about their feelings around the terminology. Look, the issues with Shark are largely not for me to comment on, but yeah, I did see him say something. Shark is on Whiteley, if that's true.
I honestly don't know much about it. I know who the guy is, but I don't know shit about that. I'm gonna be real.
It's nothing really to it's drudge up overall. I've done a good job in the past about a year. I think at least
Look, I mean, the accusations, the problem that a lot of people have with Shark is that he, people say that he feeds into anti-blackness. Now, me being white, this is kind of not for me to say, right? This is not, I don't think that my opinion is particularly helpful on the accusations that of Shark, but
at least a video March of last year, a drama video, and that was the last bit of real drama I've been in any way.
But yeah.
Well,
that I'll agree with, right? So FD got involved with the Shark situation, made a video, I think, about Debate Bro streamers, gave his opinion on people like Vaush and Destiny, ended up just in a back and forth beef with not just Vaush and Destiny, but their orbiters as well, right? And I think that he didn't find it productive. There's so much, look, to even meaningfully weigh into one of these issues, right? You almost got to research like a person's entire internet history as a content creator, like to understand, kind of like what's going on in these sort of beefs. And FD obviously wants to spend his time on other things. So while you can say that maybe, some of the, he might have been overly charitable towards people who didn't deserve it, I totally understand FD not wanting to be involved in this. But yeah, it's kind of like he's getting pulled back in now by Kamal.
Start some up right now. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, let's go, sir. let's get it in. You're drunk.
A little bit.
This is gonna be like
a little bit, just a little bit. I feel good, but I don't know.
No, I get it.
My mom's concerned. I'm kidding. But okay. Thoughts? I feel like, so this is my perception, right? I'm assuming you're like, all right, this kid, he's fucking doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's obviously ignorant, a little funny here and there. That's how I took your comments. So I'm assuming you think I got some shit wrong. So please, like, tell me, let's have a conversation, man. Let's talk about it. What do you think I got wrong?
Well, I didn't watch any parts that didn't involve me. So I'm gonna assume.
Come on, man. Well, that's like a lot of the video. To be fair, it was mostly Dr.
Umar Johnson. Yeah, I mean, well, and that's low hanging fruit,
Fair.
And there's nothing you were gonna tell me about Umar Johnson.
Oh God, Kelsey. Yeah, I forgot that DJ Mule was involved in this, right? Yeah, so he look, FD. To his credit, was trying to play peacemaker in this situation. He tried to find, people that in his mind were like the best faith actors of the different groups. That being, Shark 300, who is, in full disclosure, a member of the White Leaf Network. He has his website, his streamer website, through Vaush's White Leaf group, right? So, and has very much been aligned with Vaush. So, like my problems with Shark 300, my disagreements with Shark 300 are very much similar to my disagreements with Vaush. I don't see them as being ideologically very far apart. That being said, Shark used to be a friend of mine and really did something kind of shady. When I was under the crosshairs of all these debate streamers, right? Shark, took their side. Essentially, did a reaction to aristocracy. So, do we all know aristocracy? Right, there's a problem with Shark right there. Right, Shark has defended aristocracy. We're talking about apartheid anime girl. If you are maybe more familiar with her. In that level, but this is somebody that's been, caught on stream multiple times being racist against Palestinians, right? So, that it's, it's more about like his alignment. It's more about the people that he, the people that he's, close to, right? And yeah, I guess his, takes on a lot of things or something. Like I never really had a problem though with Shark having different takes on things than I did. What I had a problem with was him jumping on the dog pile after having, been my friend without even trying to contact me, right? And just spreading lies about me. And I mean, I guess that's the kind of guy he is, right? But I don't want to make it be about ancient history, because that shit is ancient history. The only files anybody cares about in this day and age are Vaush's files, and those are universally, seen as that's the nail in the coffin of Vaush as having, or his community or his fucking White Leaf Network, right? That was where they jumped the shark, proverbially speaking, with the horse short stack goblin gate. But yeah, I'm not trying. That's why I'm a little. If you notice, I'm a little bit cagey. I'm trying not to opine too much about Shark. I just don't want to feed into any sort of, like he was my friend. I'm massively disappointed in him. I've seen him lie multiple times just to back up people that he's close with in terms of other streamers, in terms of other YouTubers. And I don't know. Either I'm a bad judge of character and he was always kind of a piece of shit, or for whatever reason he changed. I don't know, and at this point I don't care. All right.
That I didn't already know.
I think we got some good jokes in there.
There we have it. Okay.
And I'm sure there was some great jokes.
Thank you.
I am on I'm very wary about Umar Johnson content.
The nigga crazy.
He is.
He's crazy.
I'm not disagreeing with that. He is a wild boy.
Did you?
I
have a question. Did you see the part where he said black people should get 25% of all American exports, including like electricity? He said we should get 25% of all electricity. Did you hear that? Did you see that part of the video?
I did not see that part of the video.
All right.
But that sounds very Umar Johnson-like.
Okay, just asking.
And I'm wary of it because he's such a meme and he has memeified a...
Shark also lied about Cat Black without evidence, so he really is showing who he is. Yeah, I mean, in the whole blow up between Vaush and Cat Black, Shark took Vaush's side, and this is the whole thing, right? It's one thing, to have a different perspective on something. It's one thing to have a different take on something, but to kind of defend people because they're more useful to you in the clout game, I don't know. It kind of shows who you are. And I feel like, yeah, he's shown who he is a number of times, right? I don't really have any questions at this point. And like, it's not a bridge that I feel like I would even want to spend any energy in trying to unburn, right? He's the one who burned the bridge, and he can do whatever, right?
A political ideology that I think is very important and valuable. So, I try to. So one thing that people who don't like me don't ever want to acknowledge when I have conflicts with other creators, especially smaller creators, is that I try to be very wary of how this whole clout
affects us.
How it affects us.
You don't want to kidology me.
I don't want to. I definitely don't want to. I didn't want to kidology. I didn't really kidology to be.
Oh, let's talk about that.
So yeah, like there. Oh my God, there's so much. Like, look, this is getting into not so ancient history, like slightly less ancient history than the Folders Gate or Apartheid Anime Girl or any of the shit like that. Any of the irrelevant homegalols of the Vaush Clout Network. Now we're talking about kidology. Kidology is a turf. All right, kidology is a turf who I guess has like non-standard political beliefs. It's a little bit of a combination of like maybe what she regards as some like left-wing ideas and some right-wing ideas. But one of her major ideas is that she identifies as being on the left, right? And she thinks that what is holding the left back is things like support of trans people, right? That was kidology's take. She did a does anybody remember what the video was? Yeah, kidology deserved it. Does anybody remember what it was? Please do better. I think it was called Please Do Better, right? She is she's a turf. She is like essentially her thing is like I love leftism on like an economic idea, and I want leftism to win, and I want leftism to succeed, but I really feel like there's some things that are holding you back. Like we can't even talk about how bad trans people are on the left, please, like, is there no room for free speech for me to, like, people are calling me right wing just because I'm like anti-trans? Like, that was her thing. Literally, like, her thing was like, let's have a wedge, right, between like, let's wedge trans people out of the left, right? And the left largely said, yeah, no, Kidology, we're sticking with the trans people. You can go kick rocks, though. You can go kick rocks. FD, again, super charitable to Kidology. I think super nice, super understanding. Took a long time to have a long discussion with Kidology and refrained from, even saying the obvious that, she's got, turfy brainworms. However, Kidology blames FD Signifier and I guess that conversation for her channel stagnating. So she made this video. She was on the upswing. She made this video saying, like, I like leftism, but could we be a little bit more trans exclusionary possibly on the left? Can we do that? And is she from the UK? Oh, kindly do better. Thank you, Natalie. It's called kindly do better. God, child, this is like, I feel like, okay, so here's what I feel like now. I'll be real with you. All right. Drama is a fucking drug. All right. And it is a drug that I have never reveled in. I have never been, like most of my, like, I call it that because you talk about something, you weigh in on something, you get involved in something, right? And all of a sudden you're stuck in it. And all of a sudden you're trying to, okay, I've had enough drama for now. Can I please get out of the drama? But the drama's like pulling you back in and pulling you back in and pulling you back in. And largely, I feel like I've had it get in the way of my message before, right? The shit that I was trying to talk about to Dylan about was serious. I felt seriously that he was doing harm with his platform, and it fucked me up, chat, because I knew that he wasn't trying to hurt trans people with his platform. And I thought that maybe reaching out to him, having a discussion, maybe even, yelling at each other a little bit, like, might change something. But instead, he just, like, doubles down. And I'm like, all right, fucker, if you're going to double down, then I'm going to double down on calling you useless, right? Essentially, is what I did. And by virtue of that, I got attacked by everyone, right? And that's the thing about the Vaush network, is you don't just deal with Dylan Burns, you don't just deal with Demon Mama, you don't just deal with Shark 300, you deal with all of them. That's their strategy. That's what White Leaf is, essentially, is a like a social media gang. I don't know what the fuck else to talk, and they always have each other's back even when the other one is objectively wrong. And I've seen situations where it seems like they notice this. It seems like Demon Mama sees sometimes when Vaush is in excess, and yet she won't come out and be like, yeah, Vaush is fucked up on this. I fucking hard disagree. Like, the person that's arguing with him is right. They stick together. That's the problem. They pull each other. They encourage each other's worst aspects, right? And so you take people that are, not great, but maybe okay, and you kind of like pull them along with people that are even somebody that uses like tactical misogyny as a fucking tactic of like, yeah, no, I'm gonna be misogynistic to Joanne Rowling, right? I am going to give Queen Turf exactly what she wants, which is an example of a leftist being misogynistic in defense of trans people. That is the one thing that trans people do not want, do not need, right? You're not actually helping trans people by telling, J.K. Rowling that women should shut up and be quiet, right? You're hurting trans people. You're helping the TERFs, right? You're also helping yourself, because now you're in her quote tweet and you can be like, look at this, I'm beefing with this like major league celebrity. But it's all very self-serving, right? And that's why, even after having been offered a website, right, through a friend of Vaush's sysadmins, even after being offered a website with them, I said, no, I didn't ever want to be pulled along with that. But this is what I mean, is I feel like, just by talking about this shit, I'm in danger of reigniting old beefs, reigniting old dramas. And I really don't want to do that. I'm really not trying to do that. Anyway, chat, this is just like, it's awakening things, let's just say.
I see.
You don't have to if you don't want to, but
I'll say the thing I've said pretty regularly.
Okay.
I wish that we never made that video and that I never released it, which is why it's still unlisted.
Okay.
However, I stand by pretty much.
Okay, so he's talking about the Kidology video, right? And to their credit, like, I think Vaush and company, called out Kidol. I don't think anybody in the Vaush network had any problem calling Kidology exactly what she what she was.
Everything said in the video.
Why don't you say that more? Why don't you fuck you? Why aren't you?
I just don't think that FD should have to feel bad about like making, she says kindly do better, and FD just kind of turns that around on her. It's like, okay, you want to be on the left, like fucking have some solidarity, right? I don't think that FD Signifier did anything wrong. I don't think that Kidology is entitled to like growth on her YouTube channel based on the fact that she had growth in the past, right? What fucked Kidology up was not FD Signifier, noticing the very obviously, fucked up things that she's saying. What did Kidology, what slowed Kidology's growth was the fact that she made a video basically being like, leftism good, but could we be a little bit more trans-exclusionary, right? Nobody wants to hear that, right? The audience that you're courting is an audience that just isn't here for what your Kidology plays it's so sick the way that she does. And like, I hate that people feel bad about it. I hate that FD feels like he has to delete his video or something like that. That she's not entitled to anything, right? She grows or shrinks because her audience likes or does not like her videos, right? She did videos that people, I guess, sort of liked for a while, and then she did a video that people really did not like. It's not on FD when, she just steps in the shit.
Like, if it affected you, I don't fuck with your shit. So,
and like, then even after the FD thing, right, you've got examples of Kidology doing something which kind of seemed like sexually harassing Chud Logic. Like being like into, like Chud Logic in some weird way. And, like there was some weird, I'm not entirely sure what was going on there, but that was just
like, maybe you needed to.
Well,
How come you don't take that stance? I feel like you were a little like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, I was very much. This is because I felt so bad, and I'm still trying to be very nice. And I had it in my head in the moment where we talked that that would not be our last conversation.
Was it?
And that there would be opportunity.
Do I remember this correctly? Like where she said some kind of like borderline inappropriate stuff about, Chud Logic, and then somebody contacted her, who she thought was Chud under an alt, and it ended up just being a troll, but she...
Oh, yes, most definitely was.
Okay. Damn.
She got really mad.
God damn it, chat. I'm right back in the drama again, aren't I?
Like saying hi?
Without even trying.
I don't know about that, man. I'm going to take her side. I want to hear her side. Are you sure? Because you're known to be a little pretentious. I don't know if you're aware of this. A little smug.
I'll take.
So when you're talking to somebody that, like, I don't know if you know about your reputation, FD Signifier, but you are known as being pretentious and smug, right? Do we kind of know what online tendency thinks of FD Signifier like that? Is that much clear, right? Like that is not like a universal reputation that FD Signifier actually has. If anything, like I said, he is extremely charitable to people, right? If anything, he's too nice, right? Not smug and whatever else, right? So when you're getting that he's smug, who are the people that are going to watch an FD Signifier video and feel judgment, right? The answer is anti-woke people.
Smug. I don't know if pretentious is there.
Pretentious.
I mean, it's hard not to be smug when, like...
When what? Finish that sentence. When what?
When the...
I mean, that is a way to, like, reinforce that that viewpoint, right? Like, it's hard not to be smug when you're dealing with...
bulk of your critics are, like think about, like...
beneath you?
Think about, no, I'm going to give you one better.
Okay.
Think about, like, Batman's villains.
Oh,
right?
No, not Batman. What?
Just think about, like, he has the Joker, Two-Face, Catwoman, Clayface, the Riddler. His villains are amazing, right? Y'all are like Flash villains.
It could be derision towards the college educated too. Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay, so let's make sure that everybody's... Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? No, what the hell? Okay, god damn, YouTube. There we go. We're back.
Are like the villains from like a vault, you know, like a.
Okay. Do you hear what he said though? Like, right? So, his critics he regards as being not like the villains from Batman, which are like Joker and the Penguin and Harley Quinn, right? You know, like, so those are widely regarded as some pretty good villains, right? Those are A-tier villains, right? In Batman, right? But we're talking about the villains from the Flash. Now, I don't know enough about DC comics to know what the Flash's antagonists are like, but I'm guessing from the context that FD's giving here is that, like, yeah, Batman's villains are cooler than Batman, right? Yeah. Like, so if it was like Batman villains, it'd be like, oh, you guys are pretty cool, actually. But he's saying kind of like the opposite, right? Catwoman started out as a villain, then slowly was written to be more of an anti-hero. The Flash villains are fun and help out Flash from time to time. Really? Okay. I didn't know that. See, I don't know enough about. I didn't know enough about this comic book world. Like I said, chat. I have a little bit of knowledge about anime and manga, but honestly, even on that, like, right, I have been called a fake weeb, and I'm not entirely beating the allegations because I just don't get into enough anime, fandoms, anime stuff. Reverse Flash. There's a Reverse Flash. Seriously, and King Shark. Vamps was telling me, I don't remember, is this a Flash one? There was some guy named like Turner D Century, and his whole thing is that he acts like an early 1900s dude. Turner D Century. He rides around on a bicycle built for two. Is that a Flash villain?
Early era comic run of like a
called me
C-tier.
Reverse Flash.
Shazam. No. Well, you know, Reverse Flash is really good. That's why they keep using him. Like Shazam villains.
I'm not even Reverse Flash?
Wait, Shazam oh my god. Wait, wasn't Shazam like a movie? Have you seen the Harley Quinn cartoon? I haven't. Is that new? I need to get back into anime. I need to get into, like, I never grew up with like this I never grew up with the like Marvel or DC universe, so I'm kind of catching up with all that. Batman villains are TERFs and Flash villains are trans medicalists. Oh no! Wait, are they like? I don't know what you're saying about TERFs there. I feel like you're giving TERFs too much credit. Maybe, I don't know. I know you didn't mean it like that, Thomas.
No. You might be. The only reason I'm talking to you.
Thank you.
Is because out of all of the, because at this point, you get, once you get big enough and you do politics, you get enough people making videos about you. You become a content farm in and of yourself.
Of course. I feel like that many people have really come after you, though.
See, the fucked up thing is you don't actually have to be that big to be a content farm. I guess you just have to be interesting.
Do you feel that or no?
Not too many recently, but I've also recently...
And apparently somebody willing to stand up to the entire fucking clout gang, that makes you interesting in and of yourself, right?
Been kind of drama averse. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And so, like, it hasn't been a lot of reason to come after me. But no, like, all the anti-manosphere stuff I've done.
They're calling him a goofball in chat.
Sure. My anti-debate bro era. I've had a handful of and it's...
Did he just take a sip out of a barrel? No, but I'm about to take a sip out of a moonshine jar, as chat likes to call it.
Smaller people. Because there's not really any big... no shade.
Just fucking around.
Capitalism's video, I forgot about that. Because there's not really too many larger video essayists who are right wing, because at their core, right wing.
Yeah, chat. I don't remember. Does anybody remember? Did I actually cover the kidology blaming FD Signifier for her lack of growth? Did I actually cover that? Megamind, hell yeah. Andrew Flanagan, you got good taste. Megamind is dope. Although I've heard Megamind 2 kind of sucks.
People aren't very curious or like entertaining in that way.
Fair.
So like you're not gonna, you can watch a right wing reaction stream as they like yell about pronouns or some shit.
Yeah.
I don't know, Shaxby. I feel like you're interesting to what President Sunday, like
not gonna be like
demons and all that weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but like they're not gonna like
interesting to Lonerbox apparently.
Take you through an interesting journey through a topic that people are gonna watch. It's just not a.
Neutroy says quitting nicotine for HRT was worth it. Hey, I got respect for that. I gotta respect that. That's not easy. That is not easy. I've lived with a person. I've dated a person who was quitting nicotine, and it is not easy at all. Massive respect to you, Neutroy, for being able to quit it.
Probably not.
And so
yeah, Zara.
All the ones I've watched.
Mm-hmm.
Zara apparently interesting to Keffels and.
I watch them all. Somebody mentioned that in the comment section. I always know. I'm always paying attention, and I think that's actually like valuable for me.
Didn't you get like shit on by like Xander Hall and Xena and Poppy too, Zara?
Because I've noticed that you're a big Hassan fan.
Oh yeah, love him.
And Hassan, me and him had a conversation. And one of the things I think he struggles with is he's gotten so big that he gets 1 million videos like yours like every month.
Yeah.
And so it's impossible for him to watch his. And after a while, you kind of get numb to criticism.
That's the thing. I feel like you can't lose that though. Obviously, look, I'm not in your guys' position. I'm not even at 30K yet, right? So I get it. But I feel like you have to be humble enough to at least see if there's any validity in the shit that you're saying. You can't just, once you like brush it all off, it's like, oh, they're all hating.
Wait, Lauren Southern's bestie talk shit about you?
I mean, you don't see any truth, and I feel like you're kind of fucked. What do you think?
Well, so what you're saying is accurate, right? I believe that as well. The problem is nobody tells you that as it's happening.
That's why you need real friends.
Does that make sense? But having real friends also means like their first priority is your care, and so literally, if I get
Howard Wilson says numb to criticism and seeing 90% of those videos. You mean the videos trying to farm FD for content being absolute trash is another thing. Yeah.
10,000
agreed
comments on a video.
9,000
of them are going to be the people telling me I changed their life. This is the greatest thing ever, whatever.
Sure.
And I don't give a lot of attention to those either.
Yeah, of course.
995 comments are going to be like uncharitable, negative comments from people that weren't really paying attention, people that don't like me for obvious reasons, people that are just politically misaligned. And like their criticism isn't really to be taken seriously.
Fair, yeah.
And then like 5 people will have a legit critique. And so you're talking about finding those 5 voices out of 10,000, and you rarely get to see them. So you kind of get used to not seeing them.
I think,
and you build up a muscle, and that muscle's like necessary.
Yeah. Like you got to find the Gokunarus out there, right? If you wasn't Gokunaru was the one who had some real criticism for Ethan in terms of the sort of bullying nature of his content. Ethan Klein early on.
Bible, like if you get bigger, you'll understand.
Yeah, I think that's fair with like comments, but when you
chat, I didn't think that this was going to be a drama day. Obviously, like there is a little drama between FD and Kamal. But like I didn't anticipate this be like me reliving fucking all my trauma. That has mythic resonance, doesn't it? Or is it just silly? Am I being silly, chat? I think I'm being silly. Shakespeare says, I still don't get why President Sunday is still interested in me. I feel whatever it was, it's because you made a criticism that like, look, he wants to be the erudite scholar, okay? The man of letters is what President Sunday presents himself as, right? And part of the part of his self-conception of a man of letters is that you do not filter anything out. You do not, you do not like, right? And you know, including when you're going over like an academic work that's from like forever ago, and that uses like the you know, like the N word with the O ending, like literally referring to all of black people as that word, the, you know, and it's like the N word with the O ending, right? Like, you know, when you point that out, that like, hey, you're like, I mean, are you thinking about like, I don't know, maybe like black people in your chat and how they feel when, you know, you are such a fucking unfiltered sort of guy that you're just gonna go ahead and say that, and he's just like, I mean, he's got no answer to you. He's got no answer to you, Shakespeare. That's Sunday's problem with you. The historical N-word, yeah. Lonerbox is mad because I know what genocide can be and won't let him say platitudes about definitions and blah, 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 debate bro stuff. I just talk about history and have my sources. Gokunaru came out with a new video. Nice. We never watched the... I wanted to watch the Gokunaru absolute destruction of Sneeko. Oh, God, I didn't see the bits on Twitch. Thank you, Shakespeare. Thank you for the 50 bits. 24-hour Bronze Age pervert stream, SSPX and J Dyer premium streaming. Look, like even mentioning those names, like speaking about drama, right? Those are some people I definitely don't want drama with, right? We're talking about creators that maybe you've never heard of before, but are actually quite influential on the right. So, you know, there's a point in talking about them, but at the same time, putting their name into titles and stuff like that, it's just gonna get the hate from their fans. But I do want to talk about some of this stuff, especially, you know, as it comes up with the right-wingers who were against the Stop Anti-Semitism bill. Like I said, that bill is fucked up because it defines anti-Semitism in some cases as criticism of Israel, right? Which is weaponizing that as a term, which, you know, it shouldn't be weaponized because anti-Semitism is real. Anti-Semitism is a clear and present danger, and anti-Semitism is a growing concern, not a shrinking historical concern. So, you know, when you define it as a way to go after student protesters who just want to stop the slaughter in Gaza, you're really doing something quite horrible. But the problem that the Matt Walsh and Marjorie Taylor Greene types have with the Stop Anti-Semitism bill is it also refers to some sort of historical anti-Semitism that at various times was part of the doctrine of various Christian churches, right? That being the you know, the blood libel, the spreading of the guilt over the crucifixion to all of Jewish people, and those people are like, wait a minute, that's my religion, and it's like, okay, cool, your religion is racist. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if you believe in some anti-Semitic things there. Like I don't know what to tell you.
I have like 10 motherfuckers.
Sorry, Chad. I'm spreading. Let me try to concentrate on the debate. I know you're here for the debate.
Like full-on videos about why you're a fucking asshole every single day, and then you see like people like the subs losing, and like your comments have to, like, people have to be telling you why. Like people will tell me like, I used to watch this on, but then he did this and this, and then I wasn't really feeling like he has to be receiving that info, no?
But sometimes you let those people go. Sometimes you don't fuck with those people anymore. They left for probably a good reason. So like Hassan lost a lot of subs when the Palestine genocide started,
right?
And it makes sense that that might be a bridge too far for some people, but if Hassan is principled as he is, he's not going to be happy to lose people. I'm sure in his best case scenario, he would have kept those folks, but he's also going to recognize that that's a consequence of, you know, his principles. I was reading through your comments, and in between like the weird racist stuff.
Come on, man. Don't do that.
People
don't put that on me, dude.
They're in your comment section.
Here's the deal, though. Like, right, we went over his videos, right? We went over Kamal's videos, right? Now, I don't know what Kamal's like personal, you know, opinions and feelings are on everything. You know, he's kind of a new streamer. It's sort of hard to, you know, I haven't watched a lot of his content, right? But when you're doing this anti-woke shit, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised when fucking racists want to fist bump you, right? That is gonna happen. that is part of your audience, right? When you do this shit, that is who you're getting in bed with. Like, I love the idea that, like, somebody thinks they could, no, I'm just going to do content calling out the woke people, calling out the leftists, calling out, right? But oh my God, is there racism in my comment section? Where did that, yeah, that's your audience now, right? That's,
What? There wasn't, what? How much racist shit is in my comments? What racist comments did you see? Besides the white supremacist dude who was.
Why are people so obsessed with Hassan? I don't know. Is it his size? Is that what it is? Like, he is like the largest leftist political streamer, I think. I don't know entirely, right? There's probably a lot. Yeah, there are a lot of people talking about Hassan in the chat here.
But other than that,
I took a couple of screen grabs. Let me see what I can find.
Please, let me know.
Let me see. Let me see what I can find. But no, like, I did see somebody say something like, I used to like FD, but then he started talking about racism. And it's like,
I need quotes. I need quotes. I don't think you're being charitable. Let
me see if I can.
I need the exact quote, because we did see those people.
Well, no, in terms of like people being racist, that was a joke. I'm talking about like the specific comments about. Let me see if I can find. I did. I feel like I took one.
You can't find any. I'm fucking bulletproof.
As a fellow black man, victim mentality is one.
Wait, are you Howard Wilson? Are you talking about Hassan's chat? His chat is horrible to read. Flash by. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about Kamal's chat, right? Yeah, it comes in burst. It seems like you almost have to read what the Adventure Time characters are saying down here in order to catch what people are saying in chat, because that actually stays up longer than the. Yeah, it's like nobody will say anything, and then all of a sudden, like 6 people will say something.
Word. Entitlement, resentment toward other races, and our kind for bettering themselves is our greatest weakness outside of gangs.
Yeah. Okay, look. I did. I remember that. And look, I get what he's saying. I don't. Is it our greatest? No, but I feel like I get where he's coming from. I think the victim mentality is a little bit of a problem. Is it number one on the list? Probably not. But like, I can empathize with that feeling, can't you?
So here's
okay. So no, without trying, and actually, I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to start a fight, because I know a lot of people have, contentious differences in viewpoint about Hassan. So I'm not trying to start a fight in chat. But I'm curious, for those who think Hassan is a fake socialist, what would make him a real socialist, right? What would change? What if you changed it in Hassan would make him not a fake socialist, right? I'm legitimately curious. I'm not trying to start a fight. I am not trying to dunk. I'm curious, right? Like, socialism is when what?
An important misconception.
Okay, please.
I empathize with why he.
Oh God, I did it. I started a fight. God damn it, I suck.
Okay, but he feels he's misguided.
But he's incredibly misguided.
Okay, this is the.
Chad, I'm not kidding when I say I've got trauma from the drama. I mean, like, it's like, right,
Why?
Go ahead.
No, explain why. I feel like that's where people get pissed off, because you'll be like, you're misguided, and they'll be like, why? And then you'll be like, read this book. And it's like, well, fuck you, man, I'm not going to read the book. Tell me why. So why is that guy wrong? I'm all ears.
So actually, the biggest thing, the only thing that truly annoyed me that you said, like things that are
so
just follow me.
So
I feel like what happened is I was doing my content, and like I was watching other people, and just noticing that, like, yeah, when you got a problem with somebody, you fucking say it out loud, you say it with your chest, and you don't worry about how is this going to affect their feelings, right? And so I did that. I participated in that, but somehow the standards for me were different, right? Because I'd always been the panel, moderator. I'd always been the unifying force, that when I start saying what I really think and saying, yeah, no, I think this person's like, kind of harmful, and they're low key like useless at this point, right? If they're not going to listen, they're useless. Then it's like, it made it impossible for me to exist in the content space for like a year, right? It got me like the worst harassment I've ever had in my life. I didn't really understand, like, what is harassment, like bad comments and shit. No, it's like people obsessing about you, waking up in the morning of and like trying to ruin like your entire stream. That's what I define as harassment. I didn't really get it before then, right? But it's kind of like this, that like there's this parasocial aspect to content, right? And people who have parasocial feelings towards certain streamers, positive parasocial feelings towards those streamers, will react in a very negative, very antisocial way, a way that, to anybody else would be seen as crossing the line when they feel like somebody is, causing sadness, sorrow, maybe getting in the way of their favorite creator doing what they want to do, right? And you're going to see this tomorrow with Think Before You Sleep, right? A lot of the harassment that Illymation is getting is coming from parasocial incel fanboys for Think Before You Sleep, who look at Illymation calling for, saying that maybe one of Think Before You Sleep's videos violates Twitch or YouTube TOS, right? Violates community standards, as being like, you are trying to take away the income, take away the vocation, take away the existence of my favorite streamer. And their solution is to dox Illymation. Their solution, they don't have any lines anymore. They cross the line, like, right? You set it up so you weaponize the well-being of the streamer that you're parasocial with. And I never want anybody to do that on my behalf, right? Like, just understand that, like, I got problems, I got detractors, I got haters and people that are unreasonable with me, but I never want you to cross those lines. Like, right? I never want you to become obsessive about somebody that you perceive as hurting me in some way. That is not helpful, and that's not something, like, having experienced that from some of Dylan's fans, I would never wish that on anybody in the world.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So follow me for a second.
All right.
Because like everything else was, okay, this is a disagreement, this is misinterpretation, this is bad analysis, but this was like truly like, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, tell me, please.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, Noob, is that Hassan, I feel like there are legitimate criticisms of Hassan, but I don't see a lot of his haters like making those, right? I don't see a lot of them, being concerned with that stuff, right? If somebody, if somebody feels like, in his attempt to defy identity politics, that he becomes a little bit anti-woke, like, those are never the people that go to the mat to fucking ruin Hassan. It's always the people that think that Hassan is too woke. Hassan is, I don't know. It's
when you brought up the quote with Dr. Ball.
Okay.
And you brought up the quote where Dr. Ball is quoting his own book.
Okay.
About the
Your mama says it's hard to be a public figure. It can be.
Black buying power. He's like,
right. But I don't feel like I'm not that much. Like, I would never call myself a public figure. I mean, if I'm being technical, then yes, right? But I don't think I'm going to be like, I am a public figure. You know what I mean? That's not how I define myself. That's not how I think of myself, right? I think of public figures as people with 10 times the number of subs that I have, right? That's what when you say public figure, that's who I'm imagining.
From a literal academic text that he wrote.
Okay.
And your response to that is, why not do both, essentially? Does that sound about right? And so I have a video. I want to make sure I'm characterizing your argument well. So I made the video, the issues of Black conservatives, yada yada. And there's a full section where I explain why financial literacy and Black capitalism are fool's gold, essentially.
Okay.
And that and I want to be clear, you kind of didn't characterize this the way I did in the video.
Okay.
I'm not saying that getting money and being good at money is inherently bad or evil.
Right.
I'm saying that it does not solve or...
Okay, so in case that was... somebody post this to DGG. His chat's calling for people to bring in... Oh, no. That's what kind of chat you've got, Kamal? I legitimately feel sorry for you. If Like, look, I mean, I'm sure it could be lucrative for you, right? Those people will hang out in your chat and they'll, as long as you agree with them. But oh my God, if you ever say anything that like, DGG takes umbrage with, they'll be up in those subreddits, like, shitting on you just as fast. So that what's being talked about right here is a point that FD made in his Black Conservatives video, right? Where he talks about the culture of, essentially the pick yourself up by your bootstraps culture, right? The culture that wants to ignore systemic racism in favor of, a discussion of entrepreneurship, right? As being like and like, here's the deal, right? By the very nature of capitalism, successful entrepreneurs are going to be the exception, not the rule, right? Even from a capitalist point of view, even from a very pragmatic point of view, like people that are giving that advice of like, no, you just need to, become a, right? And what is the most attainable kind of like, business that somebody could run? I don't know. Maybe a lot of people seem to think landlord is the one to do it. And then you literally become part of the, the problem, part of what's, holding other people down, right? So what FD is saying is that like people who react to, serious problems of systemic racism with the idea of, well, Black people just need to become more financially literate, or Black people just need to, get started an LLC or something like that, right? They're not really giving good advice. And we're about to see where that could even be worse advice, right? And I'm going to
address Black issues. It does not fix racism.
I'm going to press play again.
Right.
Okay, so you get that?
Inherently
what are you saying?
Clear. You kind of didn't characterize this the way I did in the video.
Okay.
I'm not saying that getting money and being good at money is inherently bad or evil.
Right.
I'm saying,
so as a person who has dramatically improved his financial situation, with his own business, that being as a YouTuber, FD is obviously not saying that like these things are bad, but is this the advice that should be given to like, you know what I mean? Is start a YouTube channel really the advice that you want to be giving people? And
that it does not solve or address Black issues. It does not fix racism, right?
Right.
And so you, like, after playing that clip,
okay,
you talk about financial literacy.
No other says Kamal's fan base is DGG at this point.
Right.
And
I also did say, if you're talking about all of us as a race, then okay, I did address that, but go ahead.
Well, but see, what you didn't address though, the thing you did, coming back to the original comment,
okay,
that this comment I read to you.
Mm-hmm.
What you're really doing here, and what these comments are actually.
Okay, so Yo Mama's bringing up a point. So as Kamal goes on to present his argument about how smug FD is, I just want to keep paying attention to the posture being taken by both of these guys and see where the contempt is actually coming from.
They don't actually want me to talk about financial literacy in a positive way. They just don't want me to talk about racism.
I disagree.
When people say victim mentality, it's not that they want me to do inspirational speaking or some shit. It's that they don't want me to point out the issues of racism. They don't want me to point out how racism affects pretty much everything we do.
I disagree.
That makes them uncomfortable.
I disagree.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear that.
I think a lot of people get fucking pissed. Like, look, this isn't going to help with the Coon allegations, but I have grandparents who are like hardcore Republican, right? Like fucking love everything you hate. Sky News.
I cannot.
They marched with King and they watched Sky News every day.
How did you get Kamal?
This is my mom. This isn't. They're totally separate families.
Gotcha.
But yeah, grandparents on dad.
So one side of the family is very conservative.
Side they watch Sky News, march with King, but their whole thing is, and I talk to them, right? Like I disagree with them politically, obviously, but their whole thing is they feel as though like the Democratic side views black people as like weak, and I think that like pisses them off because their whole perspective is, look, motherfucker, I went through the real racism. I don't want to hear.
Okay, here I'm gonna be. This is a spicy take here, right? But there is a large portion of the Democratic Party that does look down on black people, right? That doesn't mean that, you know, Republicans are going to somehow like act, you know, in the interests, right? The somehow like, you know, the Republicans are a preferable place to vote, but racism is systemic, it is ubiquitous, and it's insipid. It is oftentimes implicit. And that is to say that it is not something that the person holding the racism, holding the sort of white supremacist mentality is aware of, does not think of themselves as that, because racists to them are bad people, they're Klansmen, they're skinheads. That's what a racist is, and they are not that. So therefore, you know, they're you know, internalized you know, beliefs about, you know, about black people that they're not fully conscious of are somehow like not a problem. So yeah, I mean, if you're thinking that, you know, you're seeing some dismissiveness from the Democratic side of the aisle, you probably are. That doesn't, you know, make the Republicans, you know, somehow preferable. And that sounds like, you know, the people that he's describing are those who say, you know, well, like literally that the Democrats are looking at black people as weak, and then therefore the I don't know, like this is the this is part of the confounding thing about unwinding this shit, right? Is that racism is everywhere, including in the hearts of the people that are, you know, acting against the most racist, you know, interest out there. The consciously racist, the explicit racist, including people who act out again, you know, including people who don't think of themselves like that. So
you bitching about it, like, let's get to work. So I think a lot of people kind of feel that. So I think if you focus a little bit more on,
oh my God,
okay, like let's hire, like,
I totally just threw kerosene into chat, didn't I?
Like, look, I made it. I'm fucking doing the YouTube thing. This is how I did it. There's still issues that we can work with. I feel like that's an easier thing to get behind. You know what I mean? Or what do you think about that?
So yeah, it is. That's why like people that do content like that have way more subscribers and views than I do.
I disagree.
How often have you watched Boyce Watkins?
Not often.
You know, right? Exactly. But how many subscribers does Boyce Watkins have?
I don't know.
Who's a bigger name in the black community, in all of black culture in general? Who's a bigger figure, me or Boyce Watkins?
Definitely him, but I don't know.
So like, why? Where's your Boyce Watkins video? You see what I'm saying?
Well, he doesn't piss me off the way you do. He's not a smug.
And why is that? He's definitely a smug. He's definitely a smug.
I just don't know much about him. Maybe. Hey, man, there might be a part 2. Let me see. I just don't know much about him. I've been on this leftist.
You're doing kind of an anti-woke crusade. I looked at your video.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's giving anti-SJW.
See, I don't see it as a crusade. It doesn't look like something that he set out to do. It doesn't look like the main focus. Now, like, I'm not saying this guy's politics are good by any means, right? And like, you know, he made those videos like organically. He's not, I don't think he's saying something that he disagrees with, right? When he does the like anti-woke, you know, sort of. But I do also think that he's made other kinds of videos, including ones calling out people like Fresh and Fit. And the algorithm gave him the feedback that there is a lane for you in anti-wokeness, right? So I mean, like that seems to be what's I don't think that it's from this like deep, like his mission was to fight wokeness and to fight, you know, whatever, right? He's very wishy-washy. He's very much a centrist in terms of his his, you know, what he seems to believe, but that, you know, where he hit pay dirt was in in doing the, anti-woke thing and in finding those people like Hassan, like Ethan, like Nick is not green, who represent wokeness to the anti-woke crowd and who have become content farms in that regard. Does that make sense?
2017.
A little bit, but you motherfuckers piss me off. I'm sorry.
But why? Why?
Actually, you have more subs and way more. Dude, you're fucking killing this guy. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. I'm killing him on YouTube. YouTube is not built for black political discourse. Go to Instagram.
Why not?
Because the algorithm. Because YouTube doesn't have a population of black political I'm about to fuck up the word. Interlocutors, like people, black people who are politically inclined.
Interlopers, like you could have used a smaller word there.
They don't have a big black political audience. People that are.
It's funny that FD uses the word interlocutors there, and it's like this is a term that gets used in debate bro circles, right? That's why he's like, he's using it because it's like a it's part of the space's lexicon. Oh God, now I'm using unnecessarily big words. It's part of how people talk in the space, right? And in some ways to make themselves look a little bit smarter by using the word interlocutors instead of debate opponents or whatever.
Black people that are really interested in politics and political discourse don't get that from YouTube. They go to Instagram, they go to...
Bringing up the sub count. The sub count does not mean everything. A lot of people think that, in fact, that's generally how a streamer, like the first thing that you see about a streamer, the first thing that you see about a YouTuber is their sub count, especially if you're on YouTube, but that doesn't take into account that they have other platforms that they're on, other places that they're influential, access to different, kinds of... platforms. Really, when you're asking how influential a public figure, to use that word, is, the question you're asking is how is bring up the sub count just makes him look envious? Kind of, yeah. The real question is how much reach, right? How many, if you put something out there, how many people will pick up on it?
Facebook, even fucking what is it, Clubhouse?
Really?
Right.
Interlopers?
For real, bro. You gotta be killing this man on YouTube. He's at 1 point. I'm killing this man.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. Boyce Watkins is again small. Go to his Instagram. Let's go, Boyce Watkins Instagram.
There's no way you're not killing this man.
Anyway, the point that FD is trying to make is that like people that do content that is like, hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? You can become an entrepreneur too. Yeah, life hard for you? Is money hard for you? Well, that's because you're doing a McWage job, right? You're part of the wage economy. You need to be part of the entrepreneur economy, and then like everything will be better. And like this is one of the lies that capitalism tells us, right? That we can all be entrepreneurs, that we can all work not by get to a point where our money's not coming from the sweat of our brow, but it is somewhat passive. It is somewhat just like a rent that is coming into us and being paid to us every month, right? And it's very appealing to people who have struggled and who have, worked by the sweat of their brow to not have enough to support themselves, to support their families. It's very appealing, but it should be obvious to anyone that that's not a universal solution. In fact, that's not a solution because it doesn't address the fundamental underlying exploitative nature of capitalism.
Everything combined, you have to be killing him. There's no way.
No, I don't have anything. That's Boyce Watkins Finance. Where's his actual Boyce Watkins?
How we got on this Boyce Watkins kick? What?
Well, because I'm making the point that Boyce Watkins is he's a much bigger, more established voice.
Oh,
and
dude,
all he does is financial literacy.
That 7 likes? Nah, you're fucking this man up. I honestly think the echo chamber route is the way easier route. You're fucking killing this man. 16.
What the fuck? Wait, how is FD Signifier an echo chamber, and this financial guru guy is not? Like
15 likes, 14. Nah, you're fucking.
Where is his actual?
I'm assuming this is him. He's got 109,000
Okay, now that's interesting. Melanthius is saying I was just watching, I'm trying not to get distracted, but this is interesting to me. Just on President Sunday stream, he's watching Lonerbox. Lonerbox just defending the IDF massacre of peaceful protesters at the Great March of Return in 2018. Lonerbox is so much worse than I realized. See, I have seen Lonerbox say some shit, right? I don't have a positive opinion about Lonerbox, but I also don't want to, especially with somebody like Lonerbox, who literally, like, if I say his name too many times, then my name is going to get mentioned in his stream, right? He is very, thin-skinned when it comes to criticism, and very much about the drama. So I'm not exactly trying to pick a fight with the dude. What are my thoughts on Short Fat Otaku? Oh my god, I feel like we talked about him not too long ago. Can somebody link my video where was he? I don't know if he was on the thumbnail, but I did a video reacting to one of SFO's videos recently. But yeah, a lot of people are surprised about Lonerbox, like including Hassan. I've seen Hassan say some nice words about Lonerbox. It's pretty interesting considering how much shit Lonerbox talks about Hassan. But what Hassan is thinking of is he's thinking of video essays that he watched years and years ago. So if you don't know, Lonerbox started off his career as, I think, mainly a video essayist. Had some videos that people really liked, but at some point decided to mostly trade that in to become a Destiny orbiter and a streamer, right? I don't know if it was more lucrative or he liked it better or what, but for whatever reason, he kind of changed up his content, and you saw his opinions start to change then too. You saw him start to do content instead of about people like Lauren Southern with people like Lauren Southern, right? And yeah, I mean, like I don't know how much he's changed. I don't really know that much about what he was like in the beginning, but in general, yeah, I would say that there's a lot of reactionary particles around Lonerbox. Now, I was kind of curious about this because you're talking about his takes on Israel Palestine, and that I have not seen as much of. The last time we went over anything of Lonerbox, it was his defense of not Vaush himself, right? Because he's kind of not super keen on Vaush being a Destiny orbiter. That sort of makes sense that he wouldn't be, right? But defending the contents of Vaush's folders. Like saying the shit in Vaush's folders isn't really that big of a deal, right? That was the last time we, I hate to say it, chat, but the last time we checked in on Lonerbox, it was more like Lolibox, right? And I don't think that's necessarily representative of his content, but yeah, every time I see him, it seems to be like in a bad light, and I just wonder. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to give you an authoritative description of another streamer that I don't really watch, right? So I will cop to my relative ignorance of Lonerbox and his content. Lonerbox is so insecure, he'll stop everything midstream and try to pick a fight, even with somebody small like me, or like me.
Followers?
No, because he's so big. So on Twitter, he has 189,000 followers. I have like maybe 80. But we're trying to find, so he's boywatkins.com.
So far, Kamal's winning. Just let the record show.
He must have gotten kicked off of this.
Okay, chat, I'm feeling better for some reason. I think I'm going to attribute it to chat. I'm going to say it's chat that's got me in a better mood. Thank you.
Instagram. Because if you go to his website,
what do you mean?
And you click on his
Instagram right now.
That's not his real Instagram. That's not his real Instagram.
What do you mean?
Wait, search FD Signifier and Reddit? Wait, what's there?
It has 100,000 followers on it.
I'm pretty sure that's not it, because it doesn't even have, if that's what I just looked at, it doesn't have a blue check mark. And when you go to his website, his real website,
wait, okay, so I'm gonna guess what's on if you search FD Signifier on Reddit, I would guess that you're gonna find Destiny's subreddit. Am I right? Is that what it is? Is it mainly from I would guess that, like, unless I don't know, like, that FD necessarily has a big Reddit presence himself. But I know that Destiny does, and I know that Destiny's followers tend to hate FD Signifier. The name Lonerbox says everything about him. Hey, I'm not out here trying to call him an incel or anything like that. I'm not trying to like I said, I know very little about the guy. I'm not super interested in him. He has spent an inordinate amount of time talking about me and people in my community, but that feeling is not mutual. I don't find him that interesting.
Which does have a blue check
here, but then it just goes back to his website. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
From what the people can see, you're killing him.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
Well, you got to show me something in numbers. Show me some statistics, because on YouTube, fucking them up. Instagram, you're fucking them up.
Well, YouTube is built for me. It's not built for Boyce Watkins.
I don't know, man.
I kind of explain that. Go to Earn Your Leisure.
Yeah, but that's like business. They're fucking you up. That's fair.
They're definitely fucking you up.
But they're not really political. They're just like business people, right?
But they're what you just described. They're financial literacy.
YouTube Shorts. I have not been paying nearly enough attention to you. Plenty of black people absorbing political content on YouTube. Boyce Watkins is just an older generation. Been at this a long time. Yeah, I feel Trey Money. I feel like there's like I feel like we're getting bogged down here. I don't know if this is the. I think Schmegley says, I think the point FD is making is that black creators are always at a disadvantage on the algorithm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's something about the and when we're talking about the algorithm, we're talking about like the users of YouTube, the demographic, and it's sort of maybe even a vicious cycle in terms of a lot of anti-blackness being boosted by the algorithm, making YouTube's demographic even wider, and then reinforcing it's kind of, there's a circular nature to what goes on YouTube, especially on Shorts. Sorry Shorts. You just popped in 10 minutes ago. You're not positive what the full discussion is. So for anybody just joining us, like Trey Money we're watching a confrontation between FD Signifier and Kamal. Kamal's a Twitch streamer. FD Signifier is a video essayist on YouTube. And essentially, Kamal has done a lot of like anti-woke content, right? He's found some traction there. He does a lot of other content too. And I'm not going to try to, typify him as being like, in fact, I will say this for sure. He does not perceive himself as being like right-leaning. And from his content, I don't necessarily get the feeling that he's right-leaning either. However, the shit that he's got traction on is anti-woke. He's done some anti-red pill stuff too, apparently. So maybe some videos going after Fresh and Fit. Those don't pop off the way that his anti-woke stuff does. So it's kind of like his, his track, his lane is, but by virtue of what YouTube has reinforced in his content, by virtue of where he's popped off, is more along the lines of anti-woke stuff, right? But yeah, and in pursuance of, it feels like audience capture. Now, I'll be real. I don't know enough to make that diagnosis, all right? I'm not qualified to give you medical advice, just like I'm not qualified to give you like an opinion that you should not question. You should always question your streamers' opinions. You should always question your news source, right? So there might be other people out there with more insight on Kamal, but just from what I've been able to see, it does feel like, it does remind me of audience capture. He seems pretty centrist, but probably going to start leaning anti-woke. I mean, I don't entirely, I mean, he definitely sees himself as a centrist. He's definitely trying to criticize both sides, but yeah, having a lot more success criticizing lefties than the other way around.
They're, inspirational, pick yourself up by the bootstraps type energy, don't be a victim, get you an LLC, like the things that you complain that I don't do.
Yeah.
Right? They do.
Yeah, but they just do. I'm saying you could do both.
Why do I need to do both? There's already people doing that thing that they're doing. There's nobody doing the thing that I'm doing.
Well, I'm saying if you believe in both, then why not promote both? That's my point. I don't know why, I'm just saying, I think from like that guy who got annoyed with the black.
Like, look, I don't think that if FD Signifier did have like what we're talking about, which is essentially financial literacy content, or I don't think this would change anything in terms of the criticism that he's getting. I think that the criticism that FD Signifier is getting is coming from the fact that he talks about systemic racism. He talks about, you know, the anti-blackness present in you know, all kinds of spaces, not just YouTube, right? I feel like it's that gets him the criticism that he's getting, and that if he like blended that with some, I don't know, not bootstraps content, but like sort of like, and actually it wouldn't make sense, right? You know how YouTube works. You niche down, and then maybe when you hit 1 million subs, you're gonna niche up again. But for the most part, you start to attract an audience, like just like Kamal's doing. He's attracting an audience that's anti-woke in nature, right? If he tried to go like hardcore, like exposing the red pill, you know, he would have at best a segmented audience. He'd have some audience there that was, you know, let's say he popped off with one of those, right? Got a bunch of, you know, views, got a shout out from bigger creators, and like one of his you know, exposing you know, the red pill, you know, that video got off. He'd have essentially two components to his audience that are like oil and water. If you know, FD Signifier started doing two different types of content, one of those being like commentary on you know, politics and art and music and the intersection you know, with like of those things with Black culture, and financial literacy advice, right? The only way that works is if you happen to have hit on a second topic that your audience is like really into. Like, I'm trying to think of an example, right? Subject A, people who are interested in subject A all just happen to be interested in subject B, which has nothing to do with subject A, but there's just like this weird correlation there. That can work. If you find one of those correlations, that's, you know, probably pretty lucrative, but it's not something that you can just like do of like, yeah, I'm going to do subject A and I'm going to do subject B. Most of the time, subject A gets you a certain kind of viewer, subject B gets you a different kind of viewer. And when you try to court both of those sides, you end up spinning your wheels a lot of times. So,
like victim shit, like he'll see you not talk about like, okay, here are the issues, but here's what we can do. And he's like, well, he's just fucking saying I have all these issues and I feel like trapped. I can't do anything about it. And like, what am I supposed to do with this? You know what I mean?
So my video in particular, was that the black, that was fuck the police that I put a lot.
I got the adrenaline boost by discussing my B-tier villain roster. Look, like I said, I'm not trying to revel in fucking drama. I'm not trying to, you know, reignite years old beef or anything like that. But yeah, I think maybe I'm just like, maybe I've gone on the opposite, off the rails in the opposite way, and I'm just like, I'm not saying, you know, what I feel enough. I don't know.
Political organizations in the chat, in the description. So my goal isn't to get more people invested in, you know, financial literacy. That's not my goal. My goal is to tear the system down. So, you know, and that is the problem. You have like centrist-minded people, right? And that's the
like
thing.
This
if
guy
I have
here.
one,
Okay, so Yo Mama's kind of explaining Boyce Watkins for us here. Boyce Watkins is a literal best-selling author who's been getting mainstream media appearance for decades. Definitely has more influence than FD's 500,000 sub ass. Yeah. So we're talking about somebody who's been, a best-selling author for years and years and years. There's reach that you're not going to necessarily see on social media. People that are from an older generation tend to underestimate the utility of social media. So, you know, even if they have a large presence in terms of the bookstore, nobody goes to a bookstore in terms of Amazon's book sales or wherever people buy books. You know, they're not going to necessarily reflect that on social media. That makes sense.
critique with centrists is that you all aren't very honest about what your problem is.
Okay.
Your problem isn't that your problem isn't specifically that I'm not doing the thing you want, which is, I guess, more financial literacy or whatever. It's that I'm daring
So fucking smug. Go ahead. It's not what?
It's that I'm daring to talk about issues that point a finger at the system.
I disagree. I don't think the people in this chat give a fuck about the system. Like something, sure.
Okay, here I am veering off to something else. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from there, God Center. That is, I get stuck in the short loop too. Like I said, weapons grade ADHD here. If I'm not careful, I will spend way too much time scrolling through shorts. So I'm glad I could help you focus on something. And like, right, if you have, I don't know if you deal with ADHD like I do, but you know, I either have like just unfocused attention all over the place, like, you know, when I'm scrolling shorts, right? Or I have this like deep dive hyper focus, and sometimes that can make me miss the forest for the trees, but usually it's a good thing.
But like, I'm not
anyway.
Like, oh, I love, like, I think capitalism, if you do it correctly, is fair. But I'm not some dude like championing fucking Adam Smith. Like, I don't give a fuck. I disagree. I really think the people that don't fuck with you, it's like the same thing with the Hassan check.
It is kind of funny how somebody will see something like capitalist realism, which is what Kamal's describing, you know, like not intentionally, but that's what, like, right, the, you know, the idea that like, yeah, capitalism's fair, capitalism's right. The idea that like you can't really imagine and you don't want to spend a lot of energy in thinking of something other than capitalism. The idea that it's just the background noise, that's what's there, that's what works, that's what the end of history has come. That's a consensus that's been come to, right? Communism bad because Soviet Union, capitalism good because of United States, right? It's very easy to sort of fall into that rut and think of that as like, that's not a political alignment. I'm not Adam Smithing it out here. I'm not Ayn Randing it. I'm not Rand Paul. I'm not Ron Paul. I'm not Austrian economics. I'm just, you know, but it actually is. It actually is it's an invisible ideology, I would say.
I think it's mostly like the smugness. You kind of talk down, like you literally talk like you levitate. And that shit pisses people off.
Yeah, exactly. Temporal insanity. Wouldn't too many subjects hurt his channel? I mean, it's not like it. I don't know. I don't want to say this too strongly, but it tends to be a waste of time. It tends to be that you would do better by concentrating on one subject. And yeah, in terms of hurting your channel, what you're talking about is you people that are interested in A, and you got people that are interested in B, and you don't have enough people that are interested in A and B, right? The people that are interested in A and B will make whatever video, whether it's on subject A or subject B, pop, right? But you don't have those people. You have these people and you have those people. So when you make a video for these people see it. It gets put in front of them, right? You're sub to this channel. Would you like to watch this video? And they're like, no, that's about subject A. I'm a subject B person. What are you thinking? Of course not. Flip right by it, right? That does actually hurt the video, right? And then when you do a video on subject B, all right, you know, we're going to do something for these people. Now the subject A people are like, what do I want to click on this? Hell no. No, fuck that. You know, like I normally like FD's videos, but he's talking about subject B and I'm a subject A person. So yeah, and yeah, that it can hurt your channel.
That is an amazing compliment.
That's a compliment? That's a problem.
Yo! I'm finally put that in there somewhere.
I've said that in other videos. You just didn't see those ones about you.
Oh, shit.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, so context, Wrench, bringing back the important point about the metaphor of pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? The saying didn't start as a way to say, hey, just do some hard work and, you know, for your own self-interest and maybe you'll be all right, right? That wasn't what it was about. It was about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. If you ever get some straps on your boots and try to pull yourself up by those straps, you're not going to have a good time. You will not pull yourself up. So the phrase used to mean, you say like, oh yeah, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. What you're saying is like, oh yeah, just do the impossible and then you'll be fine, right? Which a lot of times feels like the advice that capitalists is giving, the capitalist realism mentality is giving. But unironically, it's become like just a truism. Like, oh yeah, that's what you do. That's what you do. You pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You raise yourself up by the sweat of your own brow, and that's what this society rewards is effort. Bullshit. Tell that to the people with the toughest jobs out there that are making next to nothing, that are sacrificing their bodies or their cars, right? If you're part of the gig economy, oftentimes it's you're running your car into the ground to make money. You're sacrificing what little you actually own, what little you have, to raise your your status, and half of the time it doesn't, you don't ever even get anywhere.
I said you speak awesome. Like you were literally levitating. When I watch an FD video, I feel like you just got done creating 3 planets, and then you're coming back to Earth to like give us some knowledge you feel like giving it. And it's like, man, fuck this guy. That's how we feel watching your videos sometimes, I think.
I mean, like,
people like me.
That sounds like a y'all problem.
Bro, no, it's a you problem, dude. It's a you problem. Because that's how you're coming across.
Okay, so there's the question, right? Is it that FD Signifier is like...
Thomas J. Super chatted $5.84. Batman, can I be your Robin? You have to put in the work, son, you're so arrogant.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So this is the and also thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome. We are slowly working our way towards maybe expanding the show past just me analyzing this confrontation between FD and Kamal into seeing what FD has to say about the Kendrick and Drake situation, which I'm interested in. I hope you're interested in it too, Chad. If you want to make that happen, though, keep on giving support to the stream, whether that's in the form of super chats, whether that's in the form of becoming a member yourself, or even giving the gift of weasels to somebody else through a gift membership, a gift sub. You too can play along on Twitch if you would like, and you on Shorts, right? The dollar button is right next to the emoji button down where you type in chat. If you wanna support that, and if you wanna get us a little bit of extra time to see what FD Signifier has to say about the diss track battle that's currently going on.
But here's the thing though, like what is triggering that energy within you?
The smugness, it's your tone.
What like give me, but you have to be like more like elaborate for me.
Bro,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
could pull up a fucking video right now and I will tell you this shit pissed 30% of people off. You want me to do that? I will do that.
Yes, I can't see it in the.
I'll share the screen. I'll share the screen. What video? I'll go to any FD video, bro.
Well, yeah, you're saying him, like, so wait, like, is this Thomas Jerome? Is this Kamal saying, Batman, can I be your Robin? And then calling him arrogant? Because like that's what he's trying to say. Is he's trying to say that, like, in using $5 words, right, in talking about concepts with nuance, and also like he brings up later that FD's videos tend to be like 2.5 hours. Yeah, a lot of FD's videos are 2.5 hours. They're not just like little like quick hits, right? They are deep dives, right? That's what FD does. And so what he's saying is that, like, to, I don't know, people from his perspective, like, FD sounds like he's created like 3 planets and he's come back down to Earth. He's levitating. He's above you. He thinks he's better than you, right? That's what he's trying to say, is that by virtue of the way that he speaks, it's like, I don't know, almost like a diss to people who don't, engage like that. And obviously FD is saying that sounds like a you problem, right? So wait, if my shit sounds like overly complicated to you, if it's overly nuanced, if it's, maybe that is because you have not spent a lot of time engaging with anything deeper than, like, the navel gaze of commentary and of debate culture and of all this other shit, right? Which, yeah, there is like a superficial nature to a lot of what FD is calling like entertainment content, like debate for entertainment. It purports itself as being somehow deep, but it's really not that deep. It's just two two interlocutors. Sorry, I can't resist saying it's not a word that I usually say either, but like, it's a word that gets used a lot in the space. Two public figures, kind of beating their chest and taking up the posture of like, oh, I'm right because of this, and this. Like when you're doing debating as a game, the way that Destiny does it, there actually isn't a lot of depth in it. And it's purposely like that. It's designed to get that W. W and L culture is not that deep. They think that they're so much smarter. They think that they're so much deeper than XQC, but really they're just doing the worm. They're just doing the worm. And the sad thing is that unlike XQC, they don't realize that they're just doing the worm.
I guarantee you it won't take long. I guarantee you it won't take long for this motherfucker. Oh, here we go. Like he just created a fucking planet. Let's see. Should we go to the newest video? What video should? Let's ask the chat. What video should we pull up? They're probably not going to say.
That's we're not bullying. I've been in much more hostile chats.
I honestly feel like this is a very good conversation.
I'm enjoying myself.
Right, there we go. All right, let's do the. I think I've seen
another thing. You clearly don't watch me like that,
dude. Not everything. The videos are so long. Like, yeah, bro, if you left his invite 2 hours and 24 minutes? Come on!
Okay, so I think I missed the part where I wanted to tag on to what FD was saying, right? His, Kamal's, advice to FD, which, if I could give you any advice, maybe, like, don't give advice to people that are that are way further in their YouTube journey, as we say, than you are, right? That's but anyway, giving him this advice that if you do some, if you were taught your concern about systemic racism would be acceptable if you were also talking about entrepreneurial stuff, like talk about a business, and then they kind of even touch on the idea of like, yeah, you created this YouTube channel that's very successful. Right now, the worst thing in the world I think that FD Signifier could do is give you the idea that creating a YouTube channel is the answer to your problem, right? Creating a YouTube channel is not the answer to your problem. Creating a YouTube channel is a problem in and of itself. Creating a YouTube channel is a horrendous grind if it's ever going to be sustainable, let alone profitable, right? It's not an easy thing to do. And, I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. I kind of fell into this niche almost by accident. And despite having a lot of passion for this and not the kind of burnout that other people talk about, right? It's still a struggle. It's a struggle to like, I'm not sure, like I'm looking at getting through this summer chat. Summer's kind of like the lean time when it comes to streaming, when it comes to content creation. I feel like if my stream, if I can survive this summer, then I'll be really well positioned to have some growth and to really start to make things work in the fall. But yeah, it's not something that I would recommend as like a solution for your money woes, right?
If you're gonna
at the very beginning, it's just a huge money sink, right? Just to have halfway decent equipment, you're spending a lot of money just to get yourself your camera and your a computer that will edit and will stream, and like, right, it's a big cost sink before you even start to get anything back from it.
Critique me as so then you pick one or two videos to critique.
I picked 4. I watched 4 and I wanted to fucking kill myself, but I sat through 4.
Because you literally said, I could not believe this came out your mouth. You said, why not help build a space for Black people like you on YouTube? I'm like, this.
There it is. Okay, sorry. I had no faith. I thought we'd gotten past this.
Did I say that? I never said that. That's soy.
You said yes. No.
That's soy.
No. Oh, I said. This is what I said. I said, why don't you like help bring people up?
Oh my God! You know how talking out your ass that is.
What?
Oh, no. I mean, it's a profoundly ignorant statement, right? FD has done a lot to pull other people up, a lot to create like a black YouTube creator space, right? Like that, a lot of what he does is just that. He does like, I don't know if I can think of anybody. I don't even know if I can think of anybody who's done like as much of that work as FD has.
This is what I mean. Look, you clearly have a formula that works. Why can't you just like teach people that shit?
Yo, what the fuck is this?
Talked about like how to make it on YouTube or some shit. So
Can somebody in the chat tell him who he's talking to when it comes to that particular talking point?
I'm talking to you.
Because like I have literally.
Wait, let me just hear that back again.
Somebody in the chat.
Have a formula that works. Why can't you just like teach people?
You have a formula that works for YouTube. Is that what he's saying? Is he literally telling FD to what? Start a creator channel? Like, or is he literally telling FD to present YouTube? This is what I was talking about. Like, I can't tell, and I don't want to come off as like, straw manning this guy or making an assumption that he's saying something ridiculous. But yeah, if your fucking solution is like, you need to, you've got a formula, it can work for everybody. Everybody can be a YouTuber. And if everybody just follows the FD Signifier formula for success on YouTube, then, they are going to be, they're going to be financially okay. Whereas before they weren't. That would be the biggest load of bullshit. Like that would be the worst advice, right? Whenever you're giving somebody the advice to the YouTube is the way out of their financial woes. Oh my god, I can't think of a worse thing that I could tell something. Trey Money says, "Damn, he lost me. Now FD has it has to start a school, right?" Yes. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. We're slowly getting to. We might unlock the bonus content. Where are we at as far as time?
But I did see.
Oh my god.
Video that talked about like how to make it on YouTube or some shit. So
can somebody in the chat tell him who he's talking to when it comes to that particular talking point?
I'm talking to you.
Because like,
look, I would say that FD has done as much in terms of he's done a lot in terms of helping other creators out, giving people signal boosts when they're making good content. The content that deserves to have a larger audience. He has also given a little bit of, his formula in just various videos of like, he talks about his journey as a YouTuber. And I think it's possible to glean advice from somebody that's like on that path. Now, what he hasn't done is what I was just describing earlier, which I think would be vastly irresponsible, is trying to tell desperate people that creating a YouTube channel is their way out. Because for most of us, it's not. For most people, just like, if you had to deal with even the grind of a not so successful streamer such as myself, let alone what FD's done to, create his channel, I don't think it's just not in a lot of people to, like as much as you might have a passion or an interest or something like that, it's really easy for it to die out when you get into this grind of just, working all day, only getting a portion of what you want to get done actually done, thinking about all the other things that you need to be doing that you're not doing, wishing you could pay other people to do this, but realizing that you don't have the funds to be able to do that, going to sleep, not getting a good night's sleep because you're fucking worried if this is even going to work out for you or what position that you're going to be in if it doesn't work out for you, and then waking up the next morning too early because you've got a cortisol surge that's like, I'm gonna everything's gonna crash, it's all gonna float away, or I'm gonna have some fucking stream career-ending conflict. That communist invading radicals, welcome to the chat. Right? Yeah, it's not something that, it's not a solution. That is not a solution.
Literally helped create an entire space on YouTube for Black leftist content creators. There was T1J when I started. I'm about to help you. You said you like to. There was T1J when I started. Right, he was the only Black BreadTube guy.
Okay.
And when I started to come up, I immediately at 100K started to purposefully help retrofit the space to try to get more Black people. Like, we literally have our own Discord. We are all in community with each other. So you're talking about We're talking about foreign man in the foreign land. You're talking about Andrewism. You're talking about Turd. You're talking about Lil Bill. You're talking about
You put them on.
Lucretia McEvil. Yes.
Okay, then that's my bad. That's my bad.
Yeah, look, this is why I don't want to go over my skis like commenting on content creators that I don't really know that much about, because obviously here you got an example of Kamal, you know, I don't know, making a weird suggestion to FD that is literally something that he's doing already, and I can't think of anybody who could say that they've done like more to build you know, their content space than FD Signifier. People who think capitalism either don't understand or don't care the inherent systemic inequality by design that shows that their analysis is starting out from trash and building worse.
But this is my thing, bro. When you're saying, oh, I have to quit YouTube because I'm black, I'm like, bro, that's such a weak mindset to have. Like, what the fuck? It's not that serious.
To you, and you know, but you were just talking to a race realist,
so and it wasn't that
bad. We have different principles. You know,
I had my white.
Was he joking?
Friend come on and he debated him while my mother's calling me and telling me I'm a drunk. I don't give a fuck what this guy has to say. It's not that serious. But if we can come to an understanding, I think.
Oh my god! Look! It wouldn't be that serious if it was this like marginal viewpoint that like nobody buys into, right? Right, if there wasn't an army of fucking race realists out there, right? If there wasn't an army of theocratic fascists out there right now plotting to take over the country, plotting to strip the the small, often symbolic bit of democracy, bit of you know, self-determination that people actually have through the democratic process out for the government, right? Then maybe I'd be able to be that cavalier about it, but god damn. Right, and in terms of like, you know, people that will say that they're a race realist, yeah, I guess maybe that's like, you know, a little bit of a rare Pepe there, but in terms of the people who have those same kind of viewpoints, unfortunately there's more than I even want to think about. Basically, people like this are not curious about the world. They don't care to learn about the systems that run the world, or anyone who points those systems out annoys them because brain hurty.
Better place. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So I disagree with that overall, but I want to get back to that point though, because that was one point that I can understand how, if you are kind of a rugged individual,
individual. This motherfucker did not just call me rugged. Okay, go ahead.
Isn't that like the phrase?
No, this is why people don't like you. You just call me rugged.
No, rugged individualism. That's the thing.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I'm about to find it. Rugged individualism is the practice or advocacy of individualism in social and economic relations, emphasizing personal liberty, independent self-reliance, resourcefulness. Nigga, that's you.
I don't even know what the fuck you just said. I don't know why you don't talk normal. Just talk normal, man. I know you know smaller words. Rugged individualism. Who knows what that is? Nobody knows what the fuck that word means.
So I think he's got like a mod in his the other voice that you'll hear chime in from time to time. I'm guessing that's like it's a Discord mod that is in the chat. Normally, I think I'm guessing based on what Kamal is saying, he takes callers, right? Or at least on this day, he's taking callers, and he'd have the mod in there in case, you know, somebody starts saying slurs or something that could get you banned, or something that's, you know, problematic. You've got somebody there with their you know, finger on the button to just like cut that off at the you know, at the root. But yeah, this is look, it's a political terminology, right? When we're describing describing, like, I mean, this just kind of describes like a lot of the implicit perspective of American politics, right? Of you know, it tends to be more individualistic. That is also to say more atomized, right? And the rugged individualism is the I mean, like it's literally what we're talking about. But yeah, I get that that's like a terminology. It's a term that's used more in some places than others. It feels like his chat wants to sell me. Oh no, wait, that Kamal's chat wants to sell you a subscription to Black Israelite Journal. Oh, you're talking about pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I can't talk. Bootstraps. Let me get some water.
He left when you were screaming at him.
He left. Come on, man! I just started sharing the screen.
Look, I'm gonna take this chance to grab myself some more.
Come on, man.
He's some more rice and beans here. I'll be right back.
Sorry, I was trying to type in the chat or something, but there's the
Don't leave the chat. Don't look in the chat. They don't like you. They don't fuck with you.
Oh, I know. I'm just posting. I'm posting the rugged individualism.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. I don't think
definition.
YouTube is lame as shit. Other people can't post shit in there. Only I can. It's very annoying.
And like I'm gonna say, well, I'm gonna let you play this smug part, and then I'm gonna just double down. So I want you to go ahead.
Please. And again, I think I did watch some of this, but let's just see how long it takes for me to get to a point where you say something that pisses me off. All right. I'm a man of the people. We're gonna speak. Also, first off, the content warning, soy. All right, just letting you know.
Yes.
All content warnings are cringe, but let's keep going. Unless it's for if it's for rape, then I understand. Anything else, like content warning for racism, who's this for? Who's this for?
I'm not debating. I mean, so I don't even do content warnings anymore.
Okay.
But early on,
so you apologize for that. That's fair.
My audience signaled to me that they desire content warnings.
That's because your audience is soy, but that's fine. All right, let's continue.
So which one is this?
This is the how black. Oh, bro, this shit pissed me off.
You didn't like my black athletes?
No, because there's one point. Bruh. There was one point in this video where you were talking about these athletes that fuck these white women because they view them as fucking pieces of meat, which I get. But you made the fucking athletes the victim. Like, they're like, oh, they're the victim in the situation. I'm like, what the fuck? No, they're not. No, they're not. They're grown-ass men. They know what the fucking deal is.
I don't know if I want to debate this one with you.
All right, fair enough. Let's just get to the part where you piss me off. I talked about the trigger warnings already 4 seconds in, but let's get to something you actually say.
Where's the smug? I feel like I wasn't even smug in this one.
I just clicked on a random one. Maybe not, but knowing you, I wouldn't put it past you. Let's see. But you acknowledge the smug.
Well, so I mean, like,
and we're back.
What you call smug,
I
call. There's a great quote.
Oh no! Already off to a rough start. Go ahead.
From John Henrik Clark.
Oh God, the fucking all others I teach shit. Don't say that shit. Yes. I will cut this shit off.
Oh, you remember?
Yes, motherfucker. I use that shit to call you smug. That is super. That's how people in anime talk. Come on, man.
Anime is awesome. I saw you went to MomoCon. Probably the same year I
did.
went.
Honestly, I think I saw you there. I was like, I think that guy's FD Signifier, but probably not.
I need to carry a gun. People can see me, and that shit makes me nervous.
Hey, look, man, I'm harmless, but I think, I'm pretty sure I saw you there.
But the thing is, so I'm trying. Let me turn the smug down a little.
Please. No, I like it.
I feel like what you're describing is, inconsequential. It's definitely inconsequential from my perspective.
FD, Anthony Fantano, and Hassan wait. There's a segment with FD, Anthony, and Hassan on Kendrick Drake beef.
You're telling me that I'm smug, but you're not telling me that I'm wrong, right? And you're telling me you don't like how I'm saying the thing, but you're not telling me that the thing is bad. And
well, I gave my disagreements, but sure.
I don't like. I'm waiting to hear for the thing that's bad. Like, I'm a performer, especially in my content. That's art. That's performance art. I sit and write for days at a time. to make videos that are compelling and engaging, etc.
Sure.
So if it comes off smug, it's only going to come off smug to people who don't like what I'm saying.
No, so, man, I disagree.
Well, so tell me about it.
All right, well let's get to a point where you say some smug shit. I clicked on this video randomly, so let's see how long it takes.
Like comparing athletes to slaves, and I get the obvious.
Can you see it? Can you hear it?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Reasons why that comparison
I missed that when my beard was this thick.
But what they often miss in fighting against that comparison is that the psychological framework of what makes sports appealing, especially for a lot of white fans of these types of sports, is definitely rooted in a racist, anti-black, and plantation mentality.
Okay. Not smug, but like, what the fuck is that though?
Like,
all sports? What about like before black people, or like black people in America at least? What about that?
Well, I'm talking about black people in sports, black sports, like black participation in.
Wait, what was he saying? What about before black people in sports? Like before, like is he talking about what, segregated leagues?
Most major sports is based in the plantation mentality.
All of it?
I don't know. But pretty much, yeah. Because it's. What do you know what I mean when I say plantation mentality? Do you watch like football?
Not really. I don't like football, but explain it.
So let's take I did another football video a little while ago about a running back named Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley came into the league at 21, 22.
Okay.
He played for 4 years. And the way the league tends to be set up is after 4 years, you get a new contract, right? Especially if you're good.
Right.
Well, football and all sports are set up to extract as much value out of the player, especially in football, as possible, while not paying them as little as possible. Sure. And so for running backs in particular, this is extra harsh because they play the most physical position on the field. So Saquon Barkley, who's been a top 5, top 10 running back for the last now 6-7 years.
Okay, football heads in chat, help me out here. When we say running back is the most physical position on the field, are we talking about in terms of you're doing the most running? I mean, like obviously it's called running back, but I get that running back is the person that they hand off the football to, and the idea is that they're supposed to, I think. Okay, so like the receiver is doing like a lot of the running, right? In terms of running downfield to catch the ball, then trying to run the ball into the end zone. Like that's, the receiver that does that. But running back, what they do is they get handed the ball and then they try to go through the line, like right where the offensive and the defensive line are hitting each other, right? They're trying to go through that line, break out, and run downfield. But most of the time, even on a good run, they get like 5 yards, right? They run for like 5. So is he saying most physical as in you're getting like tackled the most? You're in the most danger of injury? Is that physically taxing, taking hits? Okay, that makes sense. A lot of tackles. Okay, yeah. Well, wouldn't you say linemen then? I mean, they're not getting tackled, but they're doing a collision every single play. This guy doesn't even know shit about sports. What is happening in his head?
Has been paid like a bottom 20 running back for the last 3 or 4 years. And that's only because he has no actual power in the sport that he participates in.
Why doesn't he have leverage if he's so good?
Because it's designed on a plantation mentality.
How so?
Why weren't slaves paid?
But that's not a fair analogy though. Like if I know basketball, right? So if I'm Kevin Durant and I'm good
basketball's different.
Okay,
basketball's different. Basketball, the players have way more power.
Okay, but that's the blackest sport we got.
No, it's actually the least black of the major black sports. Football, if I'm not mistaken, is more black than basketball. I mean,
no fucking way.
Let's Google that. I'm pretty sure. Like you got to think about how many Europeans
black as fuck. Not that many.
Race.
Not that many. There's no way that's. Well, I mean, I don't think so. There's got to be more white people playing football.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I had that backwards. Maybe the NFL is more dark.
I would assume.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, you're right.
Oh, as a lineman, you're in better bodily position for the impacts. I see what you're saying. So like getting tackled usually means like you're sort of like getting highest chance of serious injury. Oh, that makes sense. That makes so much sense now. I think I get it now. Yeah, torn ACL, torn MCL. There's this kind of thing, right? That you're likely to get. Yeah, that makes sense.
NFL is more dark.
Fucking Kamal's right. There it is.
You got me. The NFL also though has still way more players, so it kind of ends up being a what and a what. Okay. Because you're talking about like 53 people on the NFL roster versus 12 on the NBA roster.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I get there's more players on an NFL team for sure, but like
but the NFL in particular is just perfect for the analogy, because the point I'm getting to is that when a system is designed to exploit the worker to the maximum level of value, they don't have leverage.
They do. If you have talent and you can go to a different team, then you have that leverage. Sure, I'm going to try to take as much from you as I can without paying you the least.
What does that mean? If you have talent, that means that if you are one of the best people in the league, right? So just for the record, right? A lot of people play high school football, but not everybody. Some people don't make the team, all right? Then you go to college, and most of the people on the high school team are not playing in college. And if they are playing in college, they're fourth string, whatever. They're not really seeing. They're not really in contention, right? Because the next is college to pro, right? So then there's another thinning out from the best players from college go into pro. And when you're talking about somebody that is a star, somebody that is like has leverage, you're talking about somebody that has got to be like one of the best, like 4 or 5. Of whatever their position is in the league, right? That's who has power, the person that any team would want to have on them, right? So that is like that's such a small amount of people.
But the least is still fucking millions of dollars.
And the high school players and the college players and the second string and all them, they're still subjecting themselves to all these injuries, especially like brain injuries when you're talking about football. Like kind of like the stuff that you don't even realize is happening at the time, but just like crash into people, like I said, the offensive and the defensive line, are hitting each other every single play. Like, right. This is taking a huge toll on everyone, and only a small percentage of those players, the best in their position, like 4 or 5 best in their position in the league, are even have what the leverage that he's talking about, right? He thinks that the only people that deserve leverage or agency are like the one has such a capitalist like brain broken mentality here. The 0.01% of performers that the power is for meritocracy, despite the system of literal ownership. Literally control. Like, you're signed into a contract for 4 years. So, whatever, unless you are like, somebody that they're competing for, right? It's not going to be that great of a contract. And you're doing this shit that we're talking. Yeah. So it's one thing to, to break down your body and maybe your soul too. I don't know. Like, it's one thing to like sacrifice that much if you're getting paid like a 6-figure, 7-figure contract, but most players aren't. Most players aren't getting near that.
So we'll come back to that, because that's always true, that the least is millions of dollars, but we're not talking about the actual quantity that they make. We're talking about the fairness of the situation, because plantation mentality doesn't. Plantation situation doesn't like preclude that there's no money involved.
I feel like it does. Barkley, all right.
Well, so let me tell you.
So yeah, FD's talking about like a player who would get. Who is one of the most so even that person that is the top 4 or 5 the top 4 or 5 people in their position for the whole league, right, is still locked into that 4-year contract. So they're putting in the numbers, they're making their team win. They're even carrying their team in some cases. They might be the contributing factor to their team's success, right, which is making a huge amount of money for the franchise. and yet they're locked into this 4-year contract where they're not going to be able to get a better deal until they are towards the end of their career for most of them.
How they do it. So Saquon Barkley, his contract is officially for 4 years. After that 4th year, they have what's called a 5th-year option.
Okay.
The 5th-year option gives him a pretty good contract for 1 year. And then after that, they can franchise tag him, which they did. The franchise tag gives him a decent contract for 1 year. But by the end of that, he's 27.
His value is going to drop.
His value is completely. So this year, not just now, is the first year he's actually gotten to participate in the open market for his talent. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, question.
So
because I don't know football. So so after that 4th year, do they have to sign the thing for the 5th one, or can they re-sign for something totally new? Because I know in the NBA you can.
Literally, that's what makes it. And they literally have no option. You get the 5th-year option or you don't. You know what I'm saying? And for running backs specifically. So other players, it's not as bad. And there's go watch your next live, watch my other football video and feel free to, not like it.
Probably not, but okay, I hear you.
For running backs, and they work greatly as a metaphor there, because their position is so brutal. And I think in this video I talk about the NCAA. Now the NCAA is a perfect example of this because they just started paying some college football players.
Yeah, and I think that's incredibly fucked up. Like they don't even allow them to make money on the side. Like that shit was insane.
I thought he was gonna say, I can't believe they're getting money now, but no, it's the opposite. Yeah, that's
rules. And I think most people would agree with that. Or did agree with that.
But it's 2020. No, a bunch don't. A bunch of people would hate that.
Fuck those. I don't think most people are like, man, those college players who fucking bust their ass, they're getting an education. I don't think I
don't know. I have heard people make an argument for the, like, what will they say? It's like something, the purity of the sport. Like that they'll appeal to some kind of a, I'm trying to remember the phrase that they use, but yeah, it's some idea that like there is a purity, there is a authenticity to sports where the money is not a motivating factor or something like that. And it's like seriously, college athletes, especially when you're talking about something like football, they are doing a lot for not only their team, but for their school, right? They are selling out stadiums. They are it's helping enrollment, right? When a team is a sports team, like a college football, I mean, football's huge, right? When a college football team is huge, they get into like the big games, right? That's advertisement for the school. That's going to bring more people into the school. So they're doing a lot of work out there. They're potentially subjecting themselves to lifelong injuries and seeing none of the profits. And I think what is the NCAA talking about? Like basically allowing these guys to do sponsorships. Is that what it is? Yeah, just playing it for the love of the game. They'll act like there's like a purity, like it's like a better. That's what they like about college sports.
Average American believes that. I don't think so.
I can't call it on the average American for college sports getting paid. They may have changed it at this point. But we do definitely know that for like 50, 60 years, they've had that system set up.
Yeah, and it was fucked up. So but we're progressing, right? Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't point to the problem.
But the problem is gone.
Oh no, because now only it's NIL, and NIL only affects like the top 5-10% of these players at the biggest schools. So it's just another form of capitalism, basically.
So you're saying only the top 5 or 10% get paid at all?
Only the top 5% are really getting paid their value. You know what I'm saying? So like I think I'm a Bears fan. We just got Caleb Wood. I think the number one NIL person is like a white female gymnast, right? Okay. And she's maybe getting $2 million a year, something like that.
God damn.
And then you go, so you go down the line. So like you're probably getting, 1,000 kids total across the country that are getting, several $100,000 to $1 million or so. But there's like 10,000 kids playing these sports, and for football and basketball in particular, which are the top earners in all of college sports.
Sure.
You're talking about 75 kids on a college football team. Maybe the top 10 will be millionaires on Alabama. Let's take Alabama. So maybe the top 10 players in Alabama will make $1 million each. Those other 65 players ain't getting shit. And they're still, they have no union. They
Are we 100% certain they're not getting anything? Do we know that for sure?
They're getting like a stipend, and I mean, Google it. They're getting a stipend and probably like, you know, living expenses and stuff, but they're not getting paid their worth for the amount of money that the NCAA makes.
Okay, look, I understand we have different views on who's being exploited and all that, but isn't the fact that there's progress a good sign, and we can look like, hey, okay, things were more fucked up like 3 years ago. Maybe in another 3 years they can get things going where the other, 10%, 15% can get paid their worth too, and we can keep moving forward. Isn't that a positive thing? Do we have to shut the whole system down?
If the shutting the whole system down is also progress, right?
No.
I want to respond for example of what I'm saying about the centrist investment in systems. I just looked at the chat. It just popped up.
Wait, are we talking about shrinking down Jordan Peterson? Is that what's going on here? Are we talking about shrinking down? Wait, so soy. Imagine how much Jordan Peterson can save if he get. Are we talking about shrinking him down? Like I'm cut. Oh my god, chat! You're changing the subject, but I'm like interested. I'm like squirrel. Anyway, I just did a little bit of the math as far as our progress towards a goal, right? I feel like conservatively, I can say we are 4 memberships away from reaching that goal and unlocking that extra content trove that contains the FD signifier, and I'll even have you vote on it, chat, if you want to see. Like, FD's got videos on talking about Kendrick versus Drake, but there's also apparently an Anthony Fantano Hassan and FD talking about the diss track wars. If you're interested in that, you can make it happen. We're pretty close.
Alexander CB said, bro, that is how sports work in the whole world. Yes, I agree. That's bad.
But the top guy's
Martin
gonna
Luther
make...
King on y'all.
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna quote Martin Luther King in this motherfucker.
Oh God.
I gotta say, like, as much as I do deep dives on people and on videos and on subjects and stuff like that, like as much as I usually do like a 6-hour stream for y'all every day, 5 days a week, right? I don't understand how FD does these 2.5-hour conversations, right? Whenever I have a debate with somebody, I'm like 1 hour and I'm like, all right, that was a great conversation. If it's a one-on-one, right? I feel like 1 hour is all I can take. I don't know how FD has the stamina to keep going through this, but
I understand. Martin Luther King, you should watch how Martin Luther King wasn't a conservative.
Hey, maybe.
The Civil Rights Bill passed in like 1965. Did Martin Luther King stop?
No.
Okay,
but don't you think that's a little disingenuous to be like what's happening in 1965 and then college kids, the top 30% not making their, what we...
Schmegler, you're asking me to say bidet?
We believe they're valued at, even though we don't really know, and they're also still getting a free school. And then, I don't think that's a fair comparison.
What?
We're talking about progress, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of progress for the oppressed and the underserved and the exploited, we don't stop. And I bring that up because in 1967...
Yeah, no, Zara's speaking the truth about soy. It shouldn't be a pejorative. The people that made it a pejorative are silly. But if what they're going to do is try to call out, I don't know, being concerned about something, then I'm going to call them out when they get concerned about something too, right? Because their pejorative, it applies to themselves at least as much as it applies to anybody else.
68.
Oh yeah, H Bummers, that's one of my favorite videos, Schmegly, the Soy Boys video. That was a truly great video.
He did a interview because he dropped in popularity because once the Civil Rights Bill was passed, people, not saying you specifically, but let's say people like Alexander, wanted him to stop. They said, we made progress, so like let's be happy about that. And he looked at the progress, he analyzed what was really going on, and said, yo, this is
Yeah, for Martin Luther King to stop during the Vietnam War, like it just wasn't going to happen. He had a lot more concerns than just getting the Civil Rights Act passed. And for everybody that wants to claim Martin Luther as like some kind of a watershed moment for Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Act as like a watershed moment for where racism was put on its back feet and ended, right? It's definitely not how he was acting.
I don't
like this is still not serving my people.
Look,
and so let me just finish. In 1968, he said, fuck, I believe in okay. Let me just get the quote right.
Take your time.
I don't want to lose my smug credibility.
Yeah, of course, we never would want that. I'll say my thing after you get your whole smug MLK quote out. Least I could do.
I fear I may have integrated my people into a burning house. Was his exact quote in 1968, and not long after that, he was killed. Because once it became clear to him that what he had done was not enough, and he was given crumbs and placation by the system that he'd stopped, he ratcheted it up a little bit more. He was actually getting ready to march on Washington again for reparations, and then he got murdered.
Yeah, he was involved in the labor struggle. He was involved in the anti-war struggle. It was more than just the Civil Rights Act.
Like that is so, the core of, I think, the difference between the average centrist, who I won't be as mean to here as I might be on my own content.
Sure. Be mean. We could take it. I don't even think I'm a centrist. I would say I'm pretty left-leaning, but whatever.
Really?
Really? Because I felt like I was granting you a lot by calling you a centrist, right? Center of what? Did Kamal call him smug again? I mean, look, he's giving like the sense that in his world, like, amongst his community, like, saying FD signifier is smug is like saying the sky is blue. This is not even controversial in his mind.
Yeah.
Well, tell me more about that.
Sure. Well, ask me my opinion on anything. I'll give you my answer.
What is your opinion on unions? Let's start easy stuff. Unions.
If it's done well, do it. I think companies can definitely fuck people over if they have the opportunity to, so don't give them the opportunity to.
Wealth redistribution.
What? Wealth redistribution?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you mean by that exactly? Like hiring people's taxes or like welfare, or what do you think?
I mean, seizing the means of production. I mean, taking people's shit. Meaning literally we're going to ratchet the fuck out of people's taxes and massively increase the wealth.
I mean, or you could just say democratize the workplace, right?
Yeah, no. I think that's where you and me part ways. Because this is my thing. If I'm rich and you're saying, I'm going to take all your money, I'm not doing that. And I'm just going to leave and put my money elsewhere. I'm like, fuck you.
You're not.
See, I don't know if I don't think this guy is actually reachable, right? But if I was talking to somebody who I thought was reasonable, and reachable, combine them to get reachable. But yeah, if I was talking to somebody that I thought I could reach, I think, I would emphasize the aspect of workplace democracy. If you believe in democracy, why is the workplace different?
Yes, I am.
You're not. Nobody's actually taking. People aren't taking their money out like that. They're hiding their money.
You think I'm gonna fucking stay in America if you motherfuckers want to take? I'd say I have 100.
Baby politics? No, it's basic bitch politics. The basic bitch theory that I'm doing here.
$100 million. You want to take 90 of my million? Get the fuck out of here. Bye. I'm moving anywhere else. You said 97?
97.
Oh, fuck no. I just felt rich right there. Hell no. I'm gone. Bye. Bye.
I think I feel like it was during Reagan's era, it was like 65% tax rate for rich people. And now it's like 10 or some shit like that. And that should show you how far.
You go back to Eisenhower and the top rate. And also, you're also not saying, like, what FD's not saying is that, like, we're talking about the top bracket, right? So how this works is that the first, however much money, let's say it's like the first bracket is at like 50,000. The first 50,000 that you may, or like, the first one is like that you start to get taxed at like, at like 20,000. Like, anyway, tax brackets basically you're not paying if you're in the top tax bracket, and the top tax bracket is like 90% like it was under Eisenhower. That doesn't mean 90% of your income is getting taxed. That means that 90% of your income over whatever level that tax bracket is at, right? So it's a little bit deceptive. It sounds like they're getting taxed more than they actually are. But the truth of the matter is that in the so-called like glory days of the American economy, there was a lot higher top marginal rates, right? And the words like confiscatory were used both in a neutral sense and in a negative sense, right? The negative sense being like capitalist that was like, this is confiscatory. You're confiscating my profits. Only if you're making an obscene amount of money. But honestly, if you want to even come close to clawing back enough money through taxes to even slow the roll of the leverage that capitalists gain year after year, right? In other words, they're increasing power over you. They're increasing leverage over the worker. Then it's gotta be like that, right?
We've gone. Let me Google that. So I have a
yes. But give me some statistics.
Let me let's see. Reagan.
He said you sound like a communist, FD. You're not a communist. Are you socialist?
I'm a socialist.
Are you a communist?
I'm a socialist, technically. I mean, like, I don't care. Like, I don't take much of that shit. I don't take the labels of it too seriously.
You're not offended if someone calls you a communist, though.
No, not at all. I'd rather call me. I'm offended when people call me a liberal.
That's another thing I feel like you guys fuck up. I feel like the liberals should be your guys' friend. We're like the closest thing you guys have to normalcy. Where you're like,
oh my god, oh my god. Look, viewing liberals in the content creation sphere of Twitch as being allies in any way was one of the biggest mistakes that I made, right? Like, while they were signaling, some acceptance of, the kind of like social democracy, sort of, just slam dunk policies like Medicare for all that Bernie was supporting. They were doing everything that they fucking could to undermine us. Including working with the far right. They would rather have, the more far right content creators to wrestle with than they would have leftists make them look slightly conservative, which they are, maybe more than slightly.
Fuck you, I'm not that. You're the same as these fucking hog Republican racists. It's like, what the fuck, man?
There's a problem there. There's a problem.
See, that's the thing, is at the end of the day, that's who they side with, right? When it comes down to it, they were only nice to leftists, right? They were only nice to, and a very small subset of milquetoast leftist, because leftism was ascendant in the content. While BreadTube was really popping off, right? That's when they were, kissing our asses. But meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're stabbing us in the back. Yeah, no, this is.
I'll definitely. There is a problem among the air quotes far left, where, there's a lot of virtue signaling to prove that I'm more left than
that shit is annoying.
That's a problem. That is definitely an issue that has to be stamped down a little bit.
I agree.
However, the liberals are frenemies. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't feel like it feels more like enemies, but to be fair, you did say that. Yeah,
I was trying to be. I mean, like
the liberals were the ones that were defending going to the mat to defend the rights of far right extremists to express their free speech, and they only turned against that at Charlottesville, right? It took somebody literally dying. It took somebody literally dying to convince them that these Nazis were actually Nazis and not just a civic nationalists or whatever the fuck they were trying to call themselves.
Right now, like in liberal Iran states and cities across the country, people are they're fucking throwing. In California, UCLA, they're throwing fireworks into protest encampments, on college campuses.
Yeah.
They're sicking the police on people. This is all under a liberal president, mostly liberal cities and liberal states. So, for the again, hard air quotes, real left, right? And I say that with a giant grain of salt because that's a very problematic concept, but it just works in the moment.
Sure.
For people who are further left than Bernie Sanders, who started Bernie Sanders and go further.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
You recognize that the liberal establishment is very much invested in all the same problems of the Republican establishment. They're just a little less evil about it. It's just a little less. Well, a nice amount less evil. Overt. You know what I'm saying? They're less overtly evil. They don't want to, like, so I always say Republicans want to shoot you in the head. The Democrats want to give you cancer.
Oh, wow.
You know, is the analogy I tend to use.
Right, yeah. See, it doesn't feel like we're frenemies. It just feels like you saying I'm giving you cancer. That's not.
Okay, now let's be real. Let's be real about this, right? What is right and left? What does that even mean? The only functional definition of right and left is like your perspective towards capitalism. Whether you think it is a good in and of its own, like a libertarian or an objectivist, whether you think it is a necessary evil, like a liberal, like a social democrat even at times, right? Or whether you think it is a mode of production that needs to be done away with, that needs to be moved past, right? Whether you think it is fundamentally flawed, contains the seeds of its own destruction, and something that's not only holding back humanity, but in the face of something like climate change, dooming humanity. Right? That's really where it breaks down. That's the dividing line. So, you know, this idea that like, and the only reason that we look at like liberals as being, oh yeah, they're like on the left, they're left of center, but you know, right, is because of the Overton window of the United States, which traditionally has not traditionally, but like, you know, going back, 50, 60, 70 years, does not contain any real, you know, any class consciousness, let alone, something like, you know, has essentially, like, I mean, they COINTELPRO'd Marxists, they COINTELPRO'd communists, right?
This feels like an enemy.
Well, but maybe you don't realize you're giving me.
Ah, right. Still an enemy, though.
So you're a problem, and maybe, you know, that's why I came on here, because you're black and because you're clearly not a chud. But you're not, you're.
Yeah, I'm not crazy, right?
No. I mean, I think the politics that I got from you in that video and from what I scoured today is you represent a large population of people.
I agree.
You know, you represent a large population of people that have to be reached in some form or another.
Don't try to brainwash
the political project. No, that's definitely what I'm trying to do.
It's not
just
working.
Like Hassan said, I'm a propagandist. It is working. I have more subscribers than you.
Well, fuck you, dude. I'm just getting started. I mean, on this stream, it's not working. On YouTube, it's working. But I feel like I don't think you're convincing these people. I think they were already there. That's why I think like your route is the easier route in terms of like blowing up, especially 100%.
I disagree, because all of like the if you go, there's a, you know, I saw you did some Noah Samson stuff too. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not getting the non-chud. Like, instinctually, I don't think that's the case. Your content though, like you might want to rethink your strategy. But I'm gonna come back to that.
Okay, sure.
I'm gonna come back to that, because I do want to get across. I want to have this moment that I think we definitely have some synergy.
Okay.
So my smugness is not something that I care to change.
Okay, that's fair. I respect that.
And, you know, I don't see it as a problem. It has served me well. It is the way I like to present in my content.
Fair.
However, if you've watched me regularly, you'll notice that I've made a concerted effort to not necessarily be less smug, but to be less overtly political in my content, which I think is actually more useful.
Wait, he's also drunk. Are we talking about Kamal here? I think yeah, like I think they did make some I mean, maybe not drunk, but he's definitely drinking, right?
Or reaching people. Because I could sit up here in every video and, you know, quote Kwame Ture and W.B. Du Bois and Marx and shit in every video.
Sure.
Right? But that is, to say the least, ineffective, right? But if I can make a video about a rap group from the 90s and use their story to draw a line.
Brady says Adam Conover covers this subject.
To how capitalism and, you know, corporate greed has affected and tarnished hip hop, and maybe name drop some critical theory, some critical theorists in there.
Try to be more subtle.
Then I can do.
Yeah, yo mama, you're not wrong. Imagine telling a guy who makes hour-long, highly produced videos on niche subject matters, that he's doing the easy thing compared to your lazy streamer who's never read anything.
The propaganda and the brainwashing. And it won't be like, excuse me. And it won't be like, I'm not expecting, that's another thing, is that the whole Destiny adjacent, we're out here to change people's minds, that's mostly bullshit. People's minds don't get changed. Yeah, that's mostly.
Well, and also the idea that that's what they're there for. They're there to make money. They're there to entertain you, right? They're also there to touch on your emotions. And one of those emotions is like, hey, what if we could reach out to other people who don't agree with us and make them agree with us? Maybe this Destiny guy is powerful. Maybe he's our vehicle. Maybe he's our vessel. We should get on board. I mean, this is what they did with Vaush, right? And this is why fucking assholes defend Vaush even when they know they should know better, right? They get the mindset of like, he is like our special boy. He is our edgy boy messiah, and only he can reach out and turn chuds into comrades. And all he does really is just makes your space more chuddy. And then you realize that he was never really on your side in the first place.
I think people's minds can change over time a bit. I think so.
Yeah. So no, I agree that people's minds can change over time.
Yeah.
But I've done the research, and the way the algorithm and the recommendation system works is they track.
Oh my God, chat.
Yeah.
So definitely some people, I've had those messages sent to me. You helped me get out the manosphere. You helped me develop my political ideology, yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
But those are rare. If I have a video with 1 million views, maybe 10,000 people, I change their mind.
That's a lot, though.
Yeah, it's pretty dope, right?
I think that's worth doing, don't you?
Yeah.
There you go.
So, but then I'm doing pretty good. We agree. Keep being smug.
No.
You should be smug, Kamal. Read more books.
Oh, I got my Kindle.
What is your education background, if you mind me asking?
0. High school, a little bit of community college, I wasn't feeling it, and I was like, nah, I dropped out.
That's unfortunate, because you don't seem like you're anti-intellectual.
I don't think I am. I don't know how I feel about college right now. I really got to do a little bit more research. I feel like you guys might be a little crazy, but I'm all into learning.
You don't have to go to college, but you can you can read.
I read. The Kindle's on screen.
What's that in the background? Sandland?
Yeah. That's my tribute to Akira Toriyama. That's a figure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have big to fail, but I didn't read that. That's just like kind of a speaking to myself.
You don't have to, but it would serve. No, not even behoove. It would serve you.
Okay.
Because behoove really behooves me for you to do some shit. Versus, I think reading would serve you if you really want to develop politically.
I agree.
And you want to be better at so let me get to the point I was about to get. So I'm getting mixed up with that.
Chat, I am starting to. I'm kind of fading a little bit. We're almost 5 hours into the stream. I'm gonna give it 20 more minutes, and I'll give people a chance to if you wanna switch the content over and watch the Kendrick versus Drake content. I think we are only like 3 or 4 memberships or the equivalent thereof away from that.
Stomp 10 super chatted $5. Kamal came off rude despite his accusations of being smug. He does not give any salient criticisms of but hurls uneducated opinions at him.
Yeah, and then like sort of yeah, you're right, Stomp, and sort of like he's like weaponizing FD's knowledge against him, right? Like a lot of the smug, a lot of the accusation of being smug is essentially the fact that he's willing to engage with this content beyond an entertainment level. I would say that is what's getting weaponized against him, right? Like the whole idea of real people don't talk like that. Rugged individualism,
3 different thoughts I want to get across, but I don't want to dominate the conversation.
But yeah, I mean, sorry, like 3 subs or the equivalent thereof away.
I wanted to concede to you that.
And also, Stomp, thank you for the super chat.
A lot of people find me smug, and that is a deficiency in the goal that I have in my content.
Okay.
Right? But also, fuck them people.
Look, my thing is, if you're like, fuck this is who I am, then I respect that. I'm just telling you from our point of view, you look like you just got done creating 3 planets. And they're like, look, motherfucker, I already disagree with some of the shit you're saying. So, it's like I don't want to agree with this guy because he's a dick. I feel like a lot of people feel like that.
Yeah, fuck them people.
If that's your stance, then I respect that. You know, I get it.
I feel like that comes from a place of insecurity for the most part.
I disagree.
And that's been my experience.
I disagree, but I mean, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel, and I get it. You know, I definitely say fuck those people to some people, so I get it.
Oh, CJ's got the numbers for me. First tax bracket is 38K, 20%. Next is 39 to 250K is 35%. 250K or more is 40%. That's federal taxes, not state. Thank you. I couldn't remember. I mean, most of those tax brackets, only one of those tax brackets applies to me, so yeah.
Of all my black critics, because I have like, and this is no shade to you, you're the only one I've talked to for like, you know, for good reason. Like, because I made the joke that because you're black, but that's not true, because there's like 5 other dudes that have made a similar video.
Judo TV says American liberal people are right-wing in the international view. Socialism is always turned down from fear. Oh yeah, for fear of it. Yeah. I mean, it's literally because of the chess game that American, State Department was playing against the Soviet Union, right? That they see socialism or anything other than anything that does not uphold capitalism that's the tool of the enemy. We do not, and they'll literally, COINTELPRO you out of existence.
That are also black, and I wouldn't dare like
Noah, the chill dude with the prawns mustache. We're gonna get into Noah Samson tomorrow, right? Look forward to that, right? We've got a big drama involving Destiny, involving Turkey Tom, involving some kind of a thought leader for the incels, and involving Illymation. Chat, one in chat if you know who Illymation is. I'm kind of curious how many people are familiar with the YouTuber Illymation.
Set foot in any space that they occupy.
Sure.
But all of them have a similar background. They have the fly in the milk experience.
Which
and
feels a little.
That's just a phrase to describe.
I know. Calling black people flies though feels a little.
But that's the reality of how that feels. That's why it was described as such. Like the fly in the milk is a very pointed metaphor, because would you drink a milk that had a fly in it?
I would not.
Right. So so how did I heard you say this in your video? How did it feel when you were in 7th grade and you were made to feel othered by your white environment?
Genuine question?
Genuine question.
Yeah, so I would say it started earlier, like elementary school. I don't think I really noticed it then. I've always kind of had friends who are mixed. In middle school, that's when kids are a little bit more cruel, for sure, and they're coming after you. And you definitely feel it, like it's uncomfortable. But I think you just have to, get past that.
Yeah, you don't have a choice.
Sure,
but I agree with that. But are you allowed to critique it? Are you allowed to call it out?
Sure, I think it's an experience that should be talked about. But my thing was like to say like you need to go to the mediocre black school over the best school in the state is like fucking insane. If that's the only reason, then like fuck that. That's crazy.
Did you engage with the research I posted for that video?
I didn't see any in the description. I genuinely did look for it.
Let me make sure that I put that research there, or did I just quote it in the video? Because I know that particular video was research-based. That is not something I pulled out my ass. I'm a former teacher and a former behavioral health researcher. So there is a lot of evidence that shows that a mediocre black school can have. So it depends on what your goal is for the child.
Okay.
Right? But there's a lot of evidence that a mediocre black school can have better long-term results on your black child than the elite white school because of that flying milk experience and structural racism that's going to be within the school.
Yeah.
There's a reason why all the most like successful, the richest people, black people in America, most of them went to HBCUs, because the HBCU, and none of those schools are elite in terms of like SAT scores or facilities or whatever. But within that environment, the nurturing and the culture that it produces high achievers. So I mean, I'm not saying that it's automatically better for everyone, but.
So I missed this earlier, and I don't know if this person is still watching the stream. But Agla, thank you for the contribution, the generous contribution to the Shure SM7B mic. Like, right, see this mic right here that Waluigi's sitting on? I mean, it's okay. It's a Blue Yeti. It's not horrible, but my voice could be better. and Waluigi's seat could be more comfortable, and we're trying to crowdfund that, and Agleth contributed $50 towards the crowdfunding of that way too expensive mic that we are slowly reaching our way to. So it looks like that's gonna be a reality. And again, thank you, Agleth. I am sorry I didn't see, like, I think I heard the noise and then I wasn't looking at the OBS, but if you're still in the stream, thank you. And here's your shout out for that.
I'm saying that the idea that putting your black child in an elite all-white school is automatically better than putting your black child in a mediocre all-black school needs to be reassessed, because there's plenty of research that says that that's not the case.
And I would love to see that research, because just hearing it sounds fucking crazy. And going through that, nah. But if there's research, I'd love to see it.
Come on, may I add something on this, if it's all right with you? Like,
go ahead, speak to him as a white man.
So, as
you got 30 seconds. I don't know. FD might be fake.
When I think of your point, is I agree with you on the school thing, because when you are around people who are more like you than when you're just alone, you're gonna focus less on yourself than if you were with a bunch of friends or with people that you can really relate with, you know. And if you're in a school that has no one that agrees with you on anything or has nothing to do with you, then you're just gonna start thinking about yourself more than your schoolwork and more than your more and more, and you're just gonna start spiraling down this pit of just being alone.
Okay, Septic, I'm muting you. Thank you. I don't know why he came in and disagreed with me. What the fuck? Bad moderator. Bad moderator. And
the moderator agrees with FD? Is that what's going on?
I unmuted you. I was kidding. But I'll say to that point, I'll say this, Septic, since you want to hop in here. I'll agree with you if you.
The stream's looking great. Thank you, Germ.
If every single person is disagreeing with you and you can't find any sort of friends and you feel totally isolated, but I think that is a bit of a choice. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, because like if you go to an all-white school, we're still human at the end. Like you're still a person.
Who would make that choice? Like
not everyone.
Sorry, except that you finish.
I mean, you can finish.
No, I want you to finish.
Well, if you are in a school if you are like say you're in like middle school.
I can't believe this mod is.
I have seen so many like
wow.
There's so many examples where you're like completely different. Like even like the very like I'm not trying to be like offensive or anything, but the retarded kid, person with mental disabilities, gets so many friends because we're still human at the end, and you still have people to relate to. It has nothing to do with race because race is just color. And I mean, in my opinion, it's more culture, and it's like. And I feel like it's more culture, like it's, and that kind of is, you can disagree with that, but at the end it's more racist to say it's color than culture, right?
All right, FD, what are your thoughts on that? Because I actually agree. I think we focus a little bit too much on color and not enough on culture. What are your thoughts on that?
That's bullshit. Also.
All right. Well, explain to me why.
Well, first, let me put this list of fucking research I had in the description for that video.
Okay, gotcha. I see four. You put that in the description?
It's right there. I just copied and pasted from the description.
What the fuck?
But why black children need black teachers?
Wait. Is that the same video that I used, though? Because I used like a clip from a stream. And it was like,
okay,
so maybe it wasn't the same video.
It might not have been the same. I assumed you got it from this video. I made a whole video where I explained, it's called Why Black Children Need Black Teachers.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Because you're not the only person that took issue with that take, because, and this is no shade to you, Septic or Skeptic?
Septic.
Septic.
Septic. There's no shade to you, Septic. Most people have a very poor, like, understanding of race and racism. That's not by accident, which is one of the reasons why. It's just fucking stop being triggered, Kamal.
I'm just letting you know. Every time I hear it, I have to let you know. I'm sorry. I can stop.
All right. How can I better say that?
Look, this is another thing with you CRT people. I feel like you got to change the word, man. I don't think you're gonna convince.
What? Wait, what? Okay, look, if you're not beating the allegations of being a right winger by calling everything that acknowledges the existence of racism CRT, what the fuck? What the actual fuck?
Convince all of white America that they are racist. You got. I think you just got to give up on that. You change the word. Because if you're gonna say, "Oh, you're racist because you're a part of the system that you were born into," like that's not fair.
Look, there is a disambiguation. You can. This is what the conversation around implicit racism, implicit bias, is about, right? To have a way to name the kind of racism that is not like consciously that the person is not conscious of, right? That exists.
In reality, that's kind of fun.
But like when you're talking about CRT, it makes me think that you're talking about systemic racism rather than Anyway.
It is fucked up. This shit sucks. I feel bad for you.
How I think of racism is it's a negative thing. It's like, oh yeah, if you're black, you are just a horrible person. That's how I view racism. It's like, I don't want to be considered somebody who hates everybody.
Exactly.
Because then I'm just a bitter person.
That's what people are
likes
hearing.
to be around a bitter person.
So
change the word.
That is,
I mean, that is generally a caricature, right? The evil comic book villain racist that is just like oozing hate out of every pore in their body. I'm sure they exist still, but it's not the only way it's not the primary way that racism manifests. Also, there's like Innuendo Studios pointed out that there's actually like a class, there's an aspect of class to this, right? That what people reject about racism isn't so much that it's racist, but that it's ill-mannered, right? It's common, is what Innuendo Studios said about it, right? And that's the kind of racism that is just an easy clap, as far everybody can agree, with calling that shit out, right? But it's not the kind of racism primarily responsible, for oppression. That is both antiquated and a misunderstanding. When you engage in racism, you are racing to the bottom. Drops Mike. Very strong misunderstanding of our modern society. Yeah. Oh wait, he called himself a race realist? No, I think he was arguing with a race realist. Is that what you're talking about, Timothy? He's been doing calls, right? And the last person to call before FD was somebody that called themselves a race realist. Like I said, that's the exception. That's the rare Pepe there. A lot of people hold those points of view, but will not define themselves as such, right? But I mean, that's where the whole idea of, they were trying, race realism was an attempt to rebrand racism as not being racist, but being as an acknowledgement of, very obvious facts, right? And yeah, it's like, you kind of see where that goes. This is evidence of what happens when black people get their education from exclusively white folks. Oh my god, fresh out of the asylum. Thank you for weaseling up. Wait, did you weasel up or did you get weaseled up? I don't even know if there's someone else I should be thinking as well. Omega Star, yes, indeed. Omega Star, thank you for passing on the gift of weasels. We're at 2 now. Y'all are gonna make me stay on a little bit longer, aren't you? Either way, I'm fine. But yeah, the support is always appreciated, and all kinds of support, right? Like regardless of how you support, whether it's through super chat, super stickers, whether it's over on Twitch through subs, through gift subs, which we need to keep Twitch viable, right? I gotta get enough subs on Twitch to pay for the streaming software to be able to stream to Twitch as well as to YouTube, and also Thumb Gang. Thumb Gang, I think, are highly underrated. I think people underrate the power of their own thumbs. With your own thumb, you can maybe arm wrestle, you can thumb wrestle one thumb, but with all of our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into pushing my content to more people. So thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, Weasel Gang. Thank you, Patreon Gang. Oh yeah, Patreon Gang. I should probably mention this. I've been meaning to, and I'm kind of been putting this off. I am going to be relaunching my Patreon. What does that mean? That means that I have offered a Patreon membership with no tiers, just one, in for $1, in for however much, right? It's the same thing, and with the intention of giving certain benefits for that. And I've kind of been wishy-washy about what benefits those are. Getting content out early doesn't mean much when I'm grinding on streaming and I'm not putting out that many videos. It's not really giving you that much. So, both in the sense of wanting to make sure that I'm doing more for the people that fund me every month through Patreon, and give you different options for like what right. We're going to be relaunching the Patreon with some really cool extra features, right? We're gonna start a separate Discord called Weasel Cord. Now, this is not a Discord that I'm like gatekeeping everybody else out of, but I'm gonna build it around Patreons. Then I'm gonna bring on members on YouTube. Then I'm gonna bring on subs, and then like eventually I want this like to become the Discord, right? And it's gonna be Weasel Cord. I was toying with the name Weasel Ranch, but I felt like that was giving too much Keffels, right? If I'm I don't know. But yeah, so we got the Discord, we've got the Premium Streamium, which we've been, doing, and I'm planning on doing another one of these Premium Streamiums this weekend. So I think either Friday or Saturday, we will give you a Premium Streamium with some premium content. Remember when I promised to do the Tucker Carlson versus Alexander Dugin content, and then you crushed the sub goal and I didn't cover it because I was too busy covering all of Destiny's bullshit? I remember that, right? And I want to take a look at that Tucker Dugin conversation, that cursed conversation with you on the Premium Streamium, since so many people were so generous that day. So many people became weasels that day. I thought it'd be good to do that. As always, the Premium Streamium has a back door for those who can't become members, who can't become patrons, who can't afford that shit, right? There's always a way to sneak in, and it's through the Discord. So we'll be hopefully streaming it to Discord in addition to, and you can just come into the general chat and watch it for free there. If you're an unfancy weasel that you can get in that way, because Sam Cedar always let me into the fun half for free, and I'm trying to pass that on. But yeah, we're gonna have, I've got right now, I'm looking at 4. That may be too many tiers. But lots of cool, let's see, what are some of the other things? So that's the based weasel, is like the $3 Patreon membership. We got the fancy weasel at $5 that also gets a fancy shout outs on live streams and videos. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna do that like the Vanguard does, and shout out my patrons, as well as early access to unedited and uncensored cuts of upcoming YouTube videos, which I think I can give you. I think I can give you like the kind of the unedited versions of those videos. So you get to watch that stuff early, you get to watch that stuff ad free, and you get to watch that stuff uncensored. I won't cut out any of the F words that I say, or any inappropriate jokes that I make will still be in there. And then the fancy weasel is also getting a weekly after stream Discord hangout. God, this is a lot for me. This is why I'm still not rolling this out yet, because I'm not entirely sure. I want to think that I can do this like an after stream in the Patreon Discord after stream every day, right? And just like a hangout and kind of like a smaller group. I think I can do that. And then what is the Legendary Weasel? The Legendary Weasel gets all that stuff plus monthly NCC desktop wallpaper. So if you're that kind of Legendary Weasel that can fund the stream at $50 a month, you will get a monthly NCC wallpaper, just like what you see in the starting soon screen, like this kind of stuff, right? We've got a bunch of them, like that one, right? So. You'll get a wallpaper version of this, hopefully. It's what I'm thinking, right? But again, I want to make sure that I roll this out correctly, and I give you stuff that is actually people want and people value and is worth what the tiers are charging. But yeah, that's coming up. So you can find the Discord link in the chat down below. But yeah, I'll be implementing those tiers pretty soon on. And I'll try to just kind of like roll whoever is supporting me on Discord already into like one of those memberships if I can. But that's coming up. Oh my God, I'm still talking to you through the oh my God, chat. We're at 5 hours now. Oh my God, that means that at the top of every hour, it's gonna come any second now though. There's an ad break on Twitch. If you don't want to see the ad break, you can get out of it with a Prime. You can get out of it by paying $5 to Twitch to get out of it. You can get out of it possibly by the generous gift of somebody else giving weasels on Twitch. That can happen. That does happen. More likely to happen to you when you're active in the chat. And now the ad break. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're in bot world. Yeah, chat. I don't know. This is gonna probably have to be it for me today. We came really close though. You tend to bounce around. I'm bouncing right now. I'm on a, that's probably why I'm so tired, is I'm actually streaming from on a trampoline. So yeah, I don't want to, take anything away from anybody. And in fact, I definitely won't be taking anything away from anybody on Patreon, because I have done way too little for the patrons. I'm going to be adding things to what you can get. Someone crossed the streams. Wait, when did that happen? Weasel Boy Ranch. Yeah, I was thinking that, Schmegly. We'll have to come up with something creative. I don't want anything that reminds me of farm animals. Are weasels farm animals? Yeah, I need to catch up with chat too. What's going on in Shorts chat? Again, chat, so I feel really bad. I'm so sorry for showing up to stream so tired and so low energy, you know.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are
Is the stream paused? Oh God, did we have a did it pause? Did it yeah, it looks like it lagged a little bit maybe. Did everybody see that on Shorts? Jake is super cool. Are we talking about Jake from Jake would never say that in a derogatory way. It's a pretty cool little feature. Are we talking about Jake as an actual Jake or Jake from Adventure Time? Yeah, Jake from Adventure Time. Wait, Jake from Adventure Time saying that so gay? Yeah, actual. Wow. When I say actual Jake, I mean actual Jake from Adventure Time, not actual Jake from actual Jake. Is Waluigi the ultimate male feminist? Possibly. Maybe like without the negative association with I've loved a lot of Noah Samson's content, says Timothy Jones. That's great, because we're going to be doing Noah Samson. Oh my God, I said that wrong. Chat, I can't promise you that, okay, but I can promise you that we're going to be going over the controversy involving Noah Samson, involving Think Before You Sleep, involving Illymation, and now involving Destiny and Turkey Tom. It's like a 5-for-1. We're gonna be covering a lot of shit tomorrow. I wonder how I'll deal with that. I wonder how I'll make it through that. I'll do my best, chat. I'll do my best like I always do. Kamal's chat is icky. Not talking about this chat, to be clear. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, Jake would never. If Jake said this is so gay, it would be because it's like really cool. That's how I say things are so gay. But yeah, I wanna just catch up with chat. You got weaseled, but you didn't see who it was? I think it was a megastar, right? Am I right? You got a megastar, that's right. A megastar gave you the weasels. Gave you the ability to spread the weasels, to post weasels in chat, thumb wrestling the algorithm for success. I think so. I think it's a good strategy. We'll see. Did something change? Because I think the chat for the normal stream is the same. What? Are you serious? Wait, what happened? Wait, Timothy Jones, is that real? The chat for the normal stream is the same as the short stream. I was kind of hoping YouTube would integrate the two, but what? You're in normal stream now? Wait, did you just move streams? I'm so confused. I am so, like, tired that, like, you could get me to believe anything at this point. I'm talking from the other side. I think you're in the other stream, right? You tend to bounce around between the normal stream and the short stream. Yeah, that's the only sort of hesitancy I have as far as the short stream is because it does tend to spread the weasels. It does tend to spread my stream to people who wouldn't otherwise see it, and a lot of people who really appreciate it. So glad to meet all of you that have come through the short stream. But the only thing that kind of sucks about it is that it segments the chat. I think Soul Life has mentioned this before, that you end up with like a lot of cool people in the shorts chat and a lot of cool people in the regular chat. And if they would just bring those chats together so that you could both see each other, that would be the best of both worlds. We're in bot world now. Wait, what's happening? Are you really seeing both chats? Weasel Boy Ranch is a condiment. Are we going to see you playing a game at 4 a.m. again? If you're on the East Coast, yeah, that's when you saw me playing a game. I need to finish... What am I on? Oh yeah, so what we did last night, chat, is we killed off... What's her name again? Like, something May... Oh my god, I can't remember her name. The motel owner, the one that sold Boone's wife to Legion, right? Boone's wife got sold away to those bastards, those Legion bastards, and we made the hotel owner pay for that, right? That plus the fact that she's a landlord, but no. Oh my god, chat. I'm saying too much. Anyway, yeah, we took care of her business. We also bought one of the parts that we need for the rocket, right? So our next mission is going to be fly me to the moon in New Vegas, right? So I'm talking about the Fallout New Vegas stream. I do most nights, some nights, sometimes at night, and as Soul Life was mentioning, sometimes quite late in the night. But yeah, our next mission is to build a rocket for the ghouls, because the ghouls want to go to the moon. They want to get in a rocket and they want to go to the moon, and that way the ghoul haters won't fuck with them anymore. Because people, when they think of a ghoul, they think of a feral ghoul, and so they end up just killing ghouls, and that's not fair. Me and my friend turned gay into a positive qualifier. Nice. Exhausted because I managed to get... Yeah, Jeannie Mae, thank you. I thought it was Jeannie Mae. Jeannie Mae's death had to be up at 4 a.m. And again, apologies to anybody that was watching that stream or watched the video. It's over on nocommentchick. That's my gaming channel, right? There was lag. There was massive lag. Hopefully there's not lag in this stream. It looks like whatever the problem was, I fixed it somehow, so that's good. But yeah, you might have gotten some lag last night, and you definitely got some lag in the video on the stream, so that super sucks. Maybe Timothy Jones just moved from the normal stream. I'm worried. I'm curious. That's the word. Curious, not worried. Different thing. Let me get my quantum screwdriver. Current landscape, but you can see you can see chats that are from shorts. It's different chat, says Soul Life. See, I would believe anybody could say anything at this point. Everyone's tired and delirious. Yeah, me especially. I feel like I'm going to need to get some sleep before the New Vegas stream tonight. So this kind of works out. I mean, we came really close to hitting the membership goal. So I mean, and that's not for nothing, right? That supports the stream, that keeps the stream coming to you, that keeps me in a place where I can actually, afford to pay for things like electricity and internet that are key to even being able to stream at all. So much thanks to all the super chatters, all the weasels who joined the Weasel Gang, and everybody else. I feel like I just woke up from a hangover after. I feel like that too, Variant. I feel exactly like that. Although my hangover would be from something other than alcohol. Like I feel after a rave, right? Like when I've gotten like 2 hours of sleep. Anyway, don't want to know if you're a centrist, a liberal, or conservative. I want to know what Fallout New Vegas factions you support. That's right. All radiation tends to heal ghouls? Nice. I wish there was a Followers of the Apocalypse ending. That's is that the group what's his name? The Glow Dude? What is the Glow Dude's name? I keep forgetting his name. Oh, Timothy is confused by seeing Schmegley and you. Those playing hardcore. See, I didn't play that because I knew it was like my first playthrough and I'd get my ass kicked. Fallout 3, you get a ghoul mask. You can kind of roleplay as one. Can you call people smooth skins? It's like a rave hangover, yeah. That and the fact that the sun is like shining in my window right now makes me feel like that's what a rave hangover feels like. The sun is entirely too bright and you're the glowing one. Yeah, what's his name? But like he has a name, right? I can't remember. We played this I think we ran into him a while ago. All right, chat. Well, I'm going to cut it here. And I'll be back tonight, hopefully, assuming that I don't just like fall asleep for hours and hours and hours. If it's any reasonable time at all, I'll be back on tonight. Oh, have the Discord link handy. That's a good idea. Yeah, people should join on Discord, especially if you want to see the premium streamium and you don't have the resources to get yourself a weasel. We try to always rebroadcast it. Here we go. There's one Discord link. There's another Discord link. Boom. And yeah, like I said, the Patreon should be rebooted very soon. I just need to finalize what perks each of the tiers are getting and finalize the number of tiers. My server's the only one you leave everybody notifications on the stream. Oh, for the stream announcements. Yeah, nice. Nice. I'm glad. I hope I'm not spamming it up. Yeah, I'm probably not. Like, I try to be really gentle in terms of, I think usually the only announcements you get from me is when a video is coming out or when a stream is starting. You'll get the announcement.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
communists invading radicals. Chicks can have a little comment as a treat. We're Wednesday, so we're doing one for Wednesday, I guess. This is pretty much true to the forum. So far, it's only been one sign up at a time, which is great because it's Wednesday. On Thursday, we'll try to do 3 for Thursday, but thank you, SpaceCap1, for becoming a member. Becoming a sub is what I'm trying to say. Thank you for being a communist invading radical. It's hump day, isn't it? It feels like it. How come hump day, like, I always wish hump day meant something else, right? I know what it actually means. It's like you're getting over the hump. But I always want to think that hump day is referring to another kind of activity altogether. Was there a glowing one, NPC? I only remember them. Yeah, there's like a glowing one that's a NPC, and he's like the leader, right? They're like a cult. They're like the cult of the ghouls, and they want to go to the moon. And they got their glowing messiah guy to like guide them there. Commence the hump. Commence the hump. Oh my god. All right, chat. Well, anyway, I will hopefully see you again later tonight. I'm gonna do what I can to what is it? I can't remember the word for it. Reboot? It's not reboot. What did I say before? Relaunch. Yeah, we're gonna relaunch the Patreon and hopefully do it right this time. The two things that I need to do is make sure that the bonuses, the perks, are stuff that are not gonna wear me out. The stuff that I can do, you know, and make sure that they're worth the you know, what the tiers are, what the price for each tier is. So But yeah, oh my god, I'm gonna fall over if I don't just end the stream now. Much appreciation, chat. Much appreciation to all the supporters out there. We really came close to making it. If you want to, I'll try to maybe see if I can fit the FD signifier thing into the, what do we got? So for the premium streamium, we got take a look at Dugan and Tucker. No promises that I'll stay with it if it's boring, right? If people are bored by it, I'll just do a little bit of it. Doing a little bit of a like introduction into some of the marginal right-wing figures that Shakespeare has been researching and finding out what they're about. People that are actually like Nick Fuentes' enemies on the right. Like, isn't that interesting, right? We'll cover them a little bit, and then what did I say? The FD's take on the Kendrick and Drake situation. So I'll look forward to that. I'm thinking that's going to be Friday. It's either going to be Friday or Saturday. Thursday, tomorrow, will be Noah Samson versus Think Before You Sleep. The whole situation with Illy Mation, that, you know, she ended up getting doxxed, and now, you know, from Think Before You Sleep accusing her of trying to take down his channel. And so I'll definitely have some thoughts on that, and we'll see if we can work in Destiny's weird debate against, like, the speaking of Nick Fuentes, Slippery Nick and his dick riders on x.com, on twitter.com. So and then I should be back on again tonight to play a little bit of Fallout New Vegas as soon as I stop being tired and almost passing out. But yeah, first stream back on the trampoline. It kind of took a lot back. Yeah, they doxed Illymation. So we're gonna take Illymation actually had to move, right? That's how bad it got. But that's what I'm going to talk about, the weaponization of parasocial concern for a creator's well-being, because that's what did it. They basically made it sound like Illymation was trying to take away Think Before You Sleep's income, and therefore it justified, in the minds of the Think Before You Sleep dick riders, and the mind of that weird incel community over there, justified the doxing and harassment of Illymation. So I'll have definitely some thoughts about that tomorrow. And then we will, oh my god, so many things, so much housekeeping. I hope I've explained it all. I hope it makes sense. Yeah, I hope to send those ghouls to space, right? That's what we're trying to do. What was the ghoul's name? The glowing guy. Was his, I can't remember, his name was like Jason or something? I can't remember. Everything about that oh my god, I'm sounding sexual. That means I definitely have to end it here, because sent them into space when I played. But then I missed them after. Wait, is there a way that you can not send them into space? I think you don't you either send them into space or you sabotage their rocket? Anyway, we'll find out. What if the ghoul becomes a glowing one? He would be unkillable. Is that how that works? Jason Bright, thank you. It was Jason. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe I got that one right. I was like, I think his name is Jason. But anyway, yeah, that'll be later tonight. So we got a lot of content coming your way. It may be nearing, it may be hump day for you, but it's nowhere near halfway for me. So I will be coming to you all weekend long and all weekend strong with more fresh content for you. All right, chat. Peace out and much love. See you tonight and see you tomorrow and see you Friday and see you all over the place. Anyway, chat, I'm not making sense. Anyway, good night. What's the game? It's called Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas. Glowing ones exude radiation and they can heal themselves. Oh, wow. So he really is kind of a messiah for the ghouls. That's interesting. Anyway, chat, see you later tonight. Meow.